That makes. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the next episode of Fearlessly Authentic with Lucky
Hi,
and Steve.
I am the Hyrax.
He is not Lucky. I hope everybody has some refreshing water.
Charlie Brown has water.
Oh, look at that.
I'll drink to that. Hope everybody's having a good Thursday. Continuing to have a good Thursday.
Well,
Riley Martin was first.
yeah.
Note that shit. Put it in the big book of who was first.
Well, it's documented right here on the stream already, see?
Okay. There you go. It's already written in there.
You guys can hear us and everything, right?
Can you hear us?
I want to make sure of that before we,
We like to make sure that some people can hear us. You know, the right people.
Oh, I think Yona Aniwodi sent the link.
Yona.
And in the meantime, I will pull up.
I'll smoke to that too.
Wait, that's not the one I want. Oh no, the frickin' stupid. Sorry, I am trying to pull up the images for the show. The next card that we have.
I think that big green microphone is like way too much in your face all the time.
I am fine, Steve. Thanks.
Okay. Just letting you know. Although, if I angle this just right, it'll look like mirrored almost. So I like that. Symmetry. I don't know.
Opening.
Symmetry. I like trees. The Book of Firstness. Charlie Brown and Popeye the Sailor.
I'm going to pull up our
Banter, bicker.
our card.
Banter. Our card. Put a card up. Can we go to a card? I feel like Jimmy Dore when I say that. Can I go to a card?
Oh my God.
Let's go to a card, Steph. Thank you.
You see it? Yeah.
Replace fear with love. Now!
And we have
Just
Yona
kidding.
coming in.
Right.
Hi, Yona.
There's a Yona.
We are live.
Woo-hoo.
All right.
Happy Thursday, brother.
So
Happy Thursday, my friends.
I'm showing the card for today from the 4 agreements.
Aha.
So I'm going to read this real quick and then we can get right on in it. So, be impeccable with your word. Replace fear with love, is what that one says.
All right. There we go.
And then
I really wanted to keep that chat open from the YouTube, but I guess I'll just let it slide there for a second because I don't want to fight the echo while it takes my computer so much spin time to go between tabs. Let's see.
which
Let
one
me
is
just
it?
look at my task manager and see how many processes are running that I don't want.
And here's the
Yeah.
other side of the card for tonight, which is
Nice.
the human mind is like a fertile ground where seeds are continually being planted. When you are impeccable with your word, your mind is no longer fertile ground for the words that come from fear. Your mind is only fertile for the words that come from love. Wow, that's a lot.
That was a lot.
Let me read that again.
And it's also
That's
like,
nice.
I have to get this close to see what the words actually are.
Well, that's why I read it too, Steve.
Thank you for reading it.
The human mind is like a fertile ground.
To be fair, I can't read without my glasses on, so I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just kind of doing it blind
I have
right
to
now.
look. I have to look over the top of mine, so I know.
Okay. Yeah,
know what
that's
you mean.
because you have eyeglasses ego. But anyway, we'll get to that at a different time. Okay, the human mind is like a fertile ground where seeds are continually being planted. When you are impeccable with your word, your mind is no longer fertile ground for the words that come from fear. Your mind is only fertile
Fertile.
for the words that come from love. That's pretty amazing.
That is amazing.
It's
What a
fertile.
great way to
I liked it.
bring us in toward the main theme of tonight, which is purification. And I thought before I talk about being purified, I would get purified.
Yeah, man.
There
Yes.
I thought you said pure fried, so I haven't spoken the whole time.
you go.
Oh, and just in case you guys haven't seen, these are the cards that I got it from. And we pick one out every time. And that was the one that randomly came out today.
Random.
So that's all. Sorry.
All right.
Just want to give credit that that's not my those are not my words. Yeah, I hope everybody has some pure water tonight.
There we go. All right. So I feel like in order to talk about purification and its relevance to where we are, at this point, we're talking about that fork in the road, that split in the path where you either go left or go right. Do you submit to the experimental medical procedure to save the job that might kill you, so you end up losing the job anyways and your life? Or
Yeah, and
do
your
you
support for
summon
your
the
family.
courage to, realize that your body is a temple, that this power that you yearn for to be more merciful and meaningful and impactful in your life, to vote for kinder power, the power has been inside of you all this time, and you've been surrendering your power to the wrong things. Power does come from the act of surrender, but when you surrender your soul to the devil, leaves you pretty powerless in the end, but I guess rich for a good run. It pays well to sell out, I saw earlier today, and that's most certainly true. I mean, look at the transformation on what was it, the comedy channel?
Yeah.
With
Comedy Central.
Comedy Central.
Yep.
With the Daily Show with Jon Stewart, and then it was always followed by the Colbert Report.
That's right.
They would just slam on Fox News, and pretty much it was kind of a partisan exercise, making fun of the different stereotypes of partisan hackery.
Sure.
And then when Letterman ducked out and he took over with his late show with Stephen Colbert on CBS. Oh my God. I mean, it's like he's become even more of a parody than the parody he used to even make fun of.
He became the person he made fun of. Absolutely. He became that character and then some.
Yeah.
How much did that cost?
So it pays well to sell out. That was just an example of it pays well to sell out. Even if you got to dance on stage with dancing syringes, I guess.
Right.
Oh.
So now he has a beautiful home in Nassau County, and
I just hope that even though the jokes at SNL just seem to be lamer and lamer these days. I mean, I stopped watching SNL, the Saturday Night Live, quite some time ago. And I can only hope that the SNL after parties are still somewhat of a good time for the 15-year-old fans that they bring in,
Right. Well, yeah, because all the Hollywood wants all the kids to be 15. So it's a prerequisite.
Ooh, Jimmy Fallon, tell us about some of your awkward first dates with a 15-year-old.
With a fucking preteen. Yeah.
Well, I have a question.
Based on a true story, Stever. Sorry.
I know.
Do,
I heard it too.
are the jokes just getting worse, or are we becoming more aware, and so the jokes are no longer funny?
Both. I think both are true.
You know,
in the
like
context of the fact that
all the trite tropes. You know?
As our good friend at Slow News Day, Steve Poikonen would say, you know, we live in a fucking cartoon. So in that context, you know, the satire is more biting. You know, it's like the satire has jumped all the way up to like what do they call it? The Carolina Reaper chip challenge type.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It just like escalates.
Bro, bear, bite that chip.
Yeah. It's like everything turned into a backwards episode of Archer, you know, and like with normal people and not just federal agents and weird secret policey stuff.
We're seeing a lot of that Carl Jungian shadow at work today too.
All the time.
A lot of projection, man. Wow.
That was the former president's best thing. That was his jam. I know you are, but what am I?
Yeah, I'm telling you what. Bomber was like talk about Mr. Okey Doke.
You get you both. You get you coming and going. Yeah, dude. Like Sugar Ray Robinson. Looking. God damn.
One of my favorite quotes of Dr. Cornel West. Love that guy.
Oh my gosh, yes.
One of my favorite quotes by Dr. Cornel West is Obama was a black mascot for Wall Street.
Yeah.
Boom, mic drop.
That's just mic drop.
I would love him to become Speaker of the House.
Yeah, that would be fucking.
Because you don't have to have, you know, I mean, Speaker of the House does not have to be a member of, you know, of the government. Like, anybody can be the Speaker of the House. Now, imagine if we had somebody that was true like that in there.
I mean, think about it. They had Tip O'Neill at one point. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when I was a kid, and fuck me, I thought that was like as bad as when Bush was in office. I thought that was as bad as it could ever be. Like, you know, it's not going to get worse than this. They just lie about war and shit all the time. So whatever, no biggie. And it just escalates on every single front. Like all the things that were kind of a thing, you know, friggin' 15 years ago have all come to the forefront of the whole fucking mess now.
It's base in your face at this point.
It's base in your face.
808 nose to nose.
Yes.
Woofers all like just there's
just jacked and knocking out the fucking rear windshield.
Ignore, and it's caused such a state of just constant mental stress to the point of soul fatigue. I mean, everyone, particularly in the United States, has really been punished hard by these so-called pandemic responses, particular to the United States. I mean, just briefly, in other countries, vitamin and mineral supplements and other prophylactics were actually distributed whole scale to the population. I mean, you know, they treated it like they treat other colds.
Any other cold.
You know, I mean, but for some reason here, well, you're not sick enough to be intubated yet, so go home and let it incubate.
Let it fester. Let it fester.
Go incubate until we can intubate. I mean,
exactly.
And that will finish you off because
and then when the remdesivir kills your kidneys, and liver,
the remdesivir will just shut your organs down for you. You know, in case
die,
you do live.
We're gonna coat our fat shaming in a beautiful patina of saying that your death is to blame for your obesity because we care.
And
because you were out of shape,
but you can't. But we sprayed the whole country and everything with glyphosate. So like a lot of people like that is.
So this
We
is
have a very
abuse.
sick society.
Don't blame your
So-
Alzheimer's on me.
They
It's
blame the
abuse,
people
Lucky.
for
It's just
everything.
constant abuse. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I mean, it's just
inundating. Yeah.
we're talking about abuse. This is abuse. Gaslighting is abuse. Constantly
Like Charlie just said.
Yes.
bullshitting you and lying is abuse. Suffocating children with face diapers is abuse.
Forcing them to
Social
get vaccinated at 5
distancing.
years old.
And I mean, it turns out duct tape around a child's face mask. Again, with more abuse,
Yeah.
large
Not the best
plastic
idea.
bags over people's head in the hospital. I mean, it's just an endless litany of abuses. And so eventually, the filth, the grime, the mud, the abuse, the bullshit, it just cakes up and it begins to adhere to you. It's like the slime evaporates and loses its moisture, and what's left is the gooey type of slime that just is really hard to get out of your skin and out of your soul. So that's where purification comes into, my angle on it is from the Zalagi perspective, or Cherokee, what we would call Kedua, or the old ways. And so, there are certain things out of respect that we've never televised, and out of respect for that respect, it's even hard to even explain why. But I guess the more important thing to realize, don't worry, I'm not going to go off camera. I mean, I guess I could go to just microphone and no video, but the thing to realize is this power, this force, this purification, this renewal, this isn't some magic that's coming from the Yona, or me, or I, or thy, or we, or they. I use all persons in my verb conjugations.
I and I.
But I prefer those who know the Yona knows that the Yona prefers the third person. So,
Do you see what Charlie said?
The Yona prefers the third person. If you must
oh,
address
you're
the
talking
Yona,
about my if you double mask and tie them just right, that makes the mankini.
the Mangini.
Or as my Aussie friends say, budgie smugglers.
Oh my God.
That's me budgie smugglers. I rock those in the Arvo when I've got me asky full of tinnies. I've been studying my Aussian.
Well, have a look at this one, eh?
We had Oz Whistles in Australia on the other night, and then we had Mr. Wilson in Pakistan on the other night, and it was so cool because we had people from around the entire world like on
Remember,
the stream.
Everyone, if you need to address the Yona, please address him in the third person. Thank you.
Yeah, see, and Jilly says, I identify as all.
Jilly,
as the
lovely.
all.
If people are wondering which pronoun is appropriate for the Yona, there is only one pronoun. It's it.
It's it.
It.
Yeah, I'm just a human. Can I just be like a human?
Because the Yona is a phenomenon, it can only be limited to one it. So
is the phenomenon spelled with a PH?
Like he or she is just ridiculous because it's literally just identifying what you have between your legs. It's like, oh, you have a vagina? Why don't we just call each other vagina or penis?
But you see, the Yona is it. And the it is in everyone. Everyone is the it.
I thought it was the id, man.
Like it,
what the?
Not as in like it's clown, right?
That's it spelled ITT.
Right. like the technical school. Got it.
Oh no, it's deeper.
It's deeper than that.
It's deeper.
Riley's
It's deeper than the technical
Riley's in
school, pal.
California. We got a couple of you guys in California.
It's inside the thigh. It's the marrow bone. It's where we're making new blood cells, my friend. The essence of the purification process is in the very narrow of the marrow of the bone.
Very narrow of the marrow of the bone. I like that.
But I made notes.
Nice,
Let's see if I could
Charlie Brown said
my awesome modern magic here.
Ooh.
I got my notes here because usually we don't write down a lot
I
of
know
this
what
stuff.
to do.
You're right.
So
No, that's not what I want.
Yona's got homework going on.
let's see here. So
There we go.
So we got the Cherokee going on here. All right, well maybe I can hold it steady enough. So first up you got Juyana Sakoni Gay, right? That's north direction. Defeat, sadness, trouble. And then you got south.
I love how it's on like a recycled envelope. That's how I do mine.
Recycle, reuse, repurpose. That's how we do it.
Right.
All right. Chuganoa, that's south. Onega, that's white color, serenity, purity, happiness, right? And then east, Kalunga, and that's the color Gigage, red, success, power, healing, winning. So much winning. Huge. Got the best words going on here. Direction west, Wutezgan. And that's the color Gathnage. It's black. Death, which is the door to the spirit world. Let's see. And that's the door to the world outside the ancestors. Then you have the next direction up. Galanati. Delonigei, yellow color, which is order and peace, and then down Ela di Wodige brown, which is chaos, turmoil, and then finally, most importantly, center. I think EJ USD green. You are here. That's the door inside the soul. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the 7 directions. Purification involves 7 directions: north, south, east, west, up, down. That's 6, and then the 7th direction is inside, and it aligns with the days. It aligns with the 7 clans. It's central to the Cherokee way. The Cherokee symbol is the 7-pointed star.
It's north, south, east, west. Is that what you said?
North, south, east, west, up, down, and center.
Yeah, we need to talk about that at some point. You might cover it anyway.
See, Riley,
a lot of times you will hear this described as
centering
the
yourself.
medicine wheel. If you're wondering, that this is the medicine wheel, but think of the medicine wheel instead of a 2D format where you just see like a typical compass with, north, east, south, west, back to north, split with the 4 colors. Think in your mind of an actual globe in 3D, so that actually, yes, there is these cardinal directions of north, south, east, west, and there's this sense of up and down, right, to North Pole and South Pole, and then the 7th direction, which is going inside from any direction, and they're all converging upon you.
Yeah, it's like when you think of a compass that has that globe, you know what I mean?
Yes.
That globe shape of a compass.
Yes.
You could just think about it that way. Or just like a globe in general, you know what I mean? Like a world, like a tabletop globe, of the earth, the same way. It's easy for people to kind of envision things sometimes.
Steve Wolfbrand.
So did you see Charlie Brown said red is east for Cherokee? Like that's a question.
The color red for the east is because that's where the sun rises every morning. And that's why, power and healing And the greatest purification comes from going to the east when we do our going to water ceremony in the morning, because when we see the sun coming from the water in the east, we consider the sun the most pure thing. And when the sun comes from the water in the morning, if you're staring to the east, then that's the most pure moment of the sun. And so that's why we often bathe in the river to cleanse, regardless of season, regardless of temperature, because that's going to water. You're purifying. You always go to the east. I mean, I'm facing to the east now, and that's the direction you face when you're seeking power, and ultimately that's the direction you end with, in terms of outward directions, before you then focus on the central direction and bringing things in. And what it is, it's kind of like maybe like cleansing your face with an acne pad or something. You got to take all these blackheads off. You have to remove all this negative energy from every single pore, all the way around, every single direction. You're taking out the trash and the papers. You're doing the spring cleaning. And then boom, when all the holes are open, you focus, and all that energy comes in from every single direction. And we got to prime the pump. We get that pineal gland doing its thing. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Boom, lasers from the eyes. There you go.
Okay, so Charlie said, just curious, because the colors are represented differently among the nations.
Yes, that is so.
Riley, yes. Yona as Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He's
Riley,
asking like if you're. Yeah, he's like, oh wait,
Riley
this guy
said
really
something. I think in Cherokee back a little bit there.
Oh yeah. Let me go to the chat.
Right here. I put it on this screen.
Okay, because the colors are represented. Oh, I was seeing if he had said something. And Shalaka Gomonahisti. Shalaki skis? Staganali. Well, hey, it's all good. We're all learning here. Yes, I belong to Okwanta Shiwan. Huh. Iguanta. So let's see here. I'm talking about the directions and the medicine wheel, and the point was brought up that some of the different nations arrange what's called the medicine wheel in a different fashion in terms of assigning colors to different directions and concepts to different directions or colors and whatnot. Okay, let me get this back over to Brad.
Steve Wolfberg.
Okay. So
Yona, you have to look at the screen.
No, I'm not Elizabeth Warren's brother. She belongs to the Martha's Vineyard band of Cherokee, which are the Oyster Clan.
The Oyster
Clan. Or Lobster Clan. I'm sorry.
Lobster.
Yeah,
well,
I can't keep up with their New England clans there.
Kennebunkport Lobster Clan.
Yeah.
Yona, we're always like right there on the same like wavelength. I'm like, but Yona, look, and you just start laughing before I even finish what I'm saying. See that?
Yeah, it's like, no, I belong to the Pate clan. I mean, one of these days I might do a show from my mother's cemetery where my ancestors are buried, and their headstones have the Cherokee symbols carved into the headstones on one side. And then some of them actually have English on the other side as well. So, I mean,
that's cool.
I'm not currently enrolled in a federally recognized band of the Cherokee, but I've traced my genealogy back. And I think I'm around 12.49% or something, but I'll need to check my math. But it's something like 1/8.
Right on.
So Yeah,
I don't want to go.
mean,
I don't want to do my stuff because I don't want to like do my DNA because I'm like, oh, I don't want to put that out there. But like, I want to know more of my lineage.
well, I know when my great-great-grandfather's headstone was broken, um, that would be Newton Jet, and he was Paint Clan Cherokee, and the Eastern Cherokee band, the nation came up from Qualla Boundary, and they replaced his headstone with a new headstone, and that's one of the stones that's got the Cherokee and the English, with the symbol of the Cherokee Nation and stuff. So, and I mean, it's near and dear in my heart to speak about them now during purification, because I mean that's one of the doors that's opened. So we're talking about the colors and their relation, and I mean, I guess it's just the point of directions and colors is to explain some of these things of ethics and moral and logic and logos and ethos and pathos and mythos, as they would say in the Greek Aristotelian Platonic tradition of Greek philosophy and theology. Since we have our own written language, and we've had our own way of organizing things, and so each First Nation kind of has its own idiosyncrasies and how they may particularly arrange these colors and concepts into what's referred to as a medicine wheel, because we don't call it a medicine wheel. And I mean, one of the clans of the Cherokee, the Long Hair Clan or Twister Clan, we call Anigalohi, Panther Clan. Clans a lot of times have different variation names or nicknames, I guess. The Anigalohi, that's the clan that non-Cherokee are adopted into, and non-Cherokee have constantly, all throughout time, been adopted into the tribe. And so it's interesting that your clanship and which one of the 7 clans of the Cherokees seem to be more important even than how pure your blood ever was. This whole thing of blood quantum and degree of Indian blood quantum cards for Bureau of Indian Affairs benefits and stuff. I mean, that's all a part of the genocidal policies of the United States Department of Interior.
Right.
I mean, really, the only 2 living species within the United States that have to prove their pedigree are either dog breeds certified by the American Kennel Club or First Nation breeds certified by the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
I know, it's
I have not
ridiculous.
officially validated my identity with the federal government, so I'm not looking for a check. I don't have a Patreon. I don't have a GoFundMe. I don't want your money. I'm just sharing this knowledge and sharing this spirit and love and sharing the old ways so that it may help others, because I feel the suffering, and the time is now to come together and heal each other, because the abuse has never been more consistent or constant. And so we need to heal each other. We need to purify ourselves. We need to renew ourselves. And that's actually what's happening on a much grander scale. That's what we talked about in the previous iteration on the Lucky Burrito Fearlessly Authentic Experience. It wasn't the Jimi Hendrix Band, Stever.
It wasn't?
It was not the Jimi Hendrix Band. That's not what they were called.
Damn it.
It was an experience.
It was an experience. It's true.
There's a red house up yonder. We know about that red house.
I do. What was I gonna? Oh yeah, we appreciate you doing what you're doing, and thank you once again, because
I stand up to the mountain, and I cut it down with the edge of my hand. So I'm a voodoo child.
Yeah, I really love the series that we're doing. I just think it's like so important and it brings us so much knowledge and perspective. It's like we're at school.
Well, let's see. A few episodes ago,
Are we
I
having
think
a
is when
quiz?
purification and renewal first came to the fore, when we were explaining about the Rainbow Tribe, according to the Hopi prophecy, as it was explained. And he talked about the diverging paths, and he had the big leather parchment where he's explaining everything drawn out and showing the shift from patriarchy to matriarchy, and how it was like a process of what would be the way? Well, the words in Cherokee would translate domination, decay, or dilapidation, and then purification, and then renewal, right? I mean, all this knowledge is normally just memorized. Everything's memorized. We can write it down, but when it gets into the deeper medicine,
Right.
other stuff is written down. So, if you're not speaking from the heart and being true, it's not going to be the same truth every time. And if it's not the same truth every time, somebody just got caught bullshitting. Because the truth is the truth is the truth. It doesn't need constant revision.
That's right.
Only lies need constant revision. Oh, no, it's still a vaccine. No, you're still an anti-vaxxer, even though you had 4 shots, because you're not supporting the mandate.
I like the question Steve Wolfbrand asks, does the Lucky Burrito come with salsa? Asking for a friend.
Yes.
Yes, and cilantro, a little side of cilantro. Very lovely.
And what's this?
Ooh, guacamole?
Why is it in a container? Why is it in a container?
Hermetically sealed guacamole.
Oh my God, that guacamole is going to last 1,000 years.
After the apocalypse.
Yeah, he's like, I'm prepared. I picked these up for when it's post-apocalyptic and there is no guacamole because
that's right.
Avocados anymore.
When everyone's suffering in the Sonoran Desert of avocado withdrawals, Yona will be chilling on the beach with my Aguacapulco.
Down in Guacapulco.
See, they all have a Guacapulco right in the middle.
Right in the middle. You poke a hole right through there.
I have a pineapple tree that I'm growing, or a plant. It's a plant, but I have a pineapple plant.
We should take it to Guacapulco.
Me gustan mucho las piñas, que sabor. Oh, que rico jugo de piña. Me gustó lo mucho. Oh, I love that stuff. All right, back to English. I'm known to just go into other languages sometimes, but somebody's got to translate for the hoi polloi, for the plebiscite. So we're talking about purification ritual. And so now I'm going to expand upon this a little bit on, the colors, because it's really about the colors. I mean, think about it. When you get really emotional, when you get really sick, when the times are really bad, when you're really sad, you turn colors when the food is really good. You turn colors when the sex is really good. You turn all kinds of colors, right?
You do.
People say you're green around the gills, or you're rosy in the cheeks, or you look peaked, right? You look pale, right? You look ashy face, like Ashy Larry. Get some lotion, man. Oh, you're killing me. So we start with. Now we're going to start with the process here. So let me get some of my stuff going here. would have like a swiveling camera mount. I just started going online here, so all right. I had to make some tools real quick, so I went out and found some feathers and some river cane and some sinew and ta-da! See, look at that. Native American crab. Not available in stores, folks. You got to make your own.
Did you see these that I made?
That's right. If you act by midnight tonight, you could find feathers in your woods as well.
See, here,
If you're wondering, these are Ugadali Anigana. So these are turkey feathers. If you're wondering.
How do you say turkey again?
Kana.
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 Or plural ani kana.
Ani kana.
So
okay.
wait, these. Oh my god, I'm totally freaking.
Yeah, because the thing that makes words plural in Cherokee is not a suffix like the letter S or es. It's a prefix.
Prefix, so. Yeah.
This is the ones that I make.
Ooh, nice.
The calorie shell, big shell, and that, and then they are
shaky,
cool. Well, this is for the smudging process.
Yes.
That let me see.
I have a couple different ones.
I gotta reach down here and
I like how they sound different.
break out the old deerskin medicine pouch here. See, this here you can see like old Cherokee and new Cherokee at the same time. Let's see here. I get that. Yeah, see, up on top here.
That's beautiful.
Up on top, the cursive looking thing,
Mm-hmm.
that says Yona, right?
Nice.
And then down here, that's the new Cherokee, and that says Yona. And so you can kind of see maybe some of the.
Is this
so like if you
backwards though for us, or is this
no, you're looking at it right. That's correct.
Yeah, it's forward. Yeah.
Yona. Yeah.
And Yona's holding it, so that's the third.
Oh my god, you're in the third.
Whoa.
Yeah, and this is
that's beautiful.
This is Hawiakawi. This is made of buckskin.
Yeah. I bet that's nice and soft.
Yeah. All right. There's that. And then let me see here. All right. This is a shell from the river bottom.
Oh my god.
Oh, nice.
Abalone?
Yeah.
I had one of those. I need to get a new one. My old one broke. But I have this
one's got
bundle.
like the holes right here where it leaks out the side and everything. Oh yeah.
Under the hat.
And then let's see. Got my water over here.
Look what I have.
And I got my herbs. Oh yeah.
It looks like a giant fatty.
Oh yeah.
Let's smoke it.
Yep. You guys know what that is, right?
That is white sage. All right. So let me see here.
Uh-oh, the raccoon.
All right, we're going to start off with a little song here.
Sweet. The raccoon in me must possess those. Charlie Brown.
Whoa, whoa, hey, 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 whoa, whoa, yeah, 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 yeah. He's got time to know. Unai Sanahin. Although ski and Unai Sanahin. Ski with Gosta Unai Sanahin. All right, so we're going to talk about these directions.
Oh, Riley asked a question. Is there still river stuff in the shell? I'm guessing that that's some sage and herbs that you burn inside the shell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you put it in there just like the smudge stick that I just had, right? So I light the end of that on fire. As you can see, I've done many a times, bro. And you use the smoke and it's cleansing. These are all like purification and cleansing
Yeah.
things.
I'm actually not smudging or anything like that yet. That's just the first shot across the bow there, because now we're going to get into what's going on with these colors and directions from our perspective. So, all this abuse, all this poison, all this bullshit, the poison, atahihi, and then the cure, the medicine, the woti, right? Atahihi, poison, the woti, medicine. So, atahihi takes many forms. There are poisonous images. That's part of the narrative control, the propaganda. There are poisonous messages, poisonous songs. There's poisonous art. There's poisonous music. There's poisonous feelings, poisonous thoughts, poisonous water, poisonous foods. Did I mention the poisonous injections? So there's poison everywhere. But so too, there are poisonous vines, poisonous trees, poisonous snakes. You see, poison is a defense. Poison is a defensive mechanism. Poison is used by the snake to defend itself most often, not to take prey or eat something. I mean, it helps, but poison by and large is a defensive weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And, it can be used as an offensive weapon, but medicine is the true offensive weapon. And so it's interesting to see poison integrated with medicine, trying to get the best qualities of both out of each, but not really achieving those results when it comes to the medicine, because medicine and poison, they have a strange relationship. You see, the first medicines that we speak of in our mythology, our stories, is the snake medicines. And when you have the two snakes coiled against each other and you break them apart with your staff and you make the antidote, to the snake bite. And I mean, even to this day, one of the symbols for medicine is the two snakes wrapped around a staff, throwing back to the original purpose of medicine, which was to make antidote for snake bite, you know, so that the
Yep.
snake poison didn't kill you. I mean, we're going again all the way back to before Socrates had to had to drink the hemlock poison.
Right.
Um, Again, this is a knowledge of the herbs and medicines. So we delve into these poisons. And in this strange, unprecedented time of social distancing and canceling of congregational social events, it's by design to draw us farther apart from one another. And at the end of this, um, I guess, introduction to the basics of Cherokee old ways, uh, hopefully leads to a healing and a purification of sorts for all those that are able to confidently and happily be comfortable recognizing and using their own power and energy that's within inside of each and every one of you. As I walk you through the motions, I'm not doing anything. There's not any magic, you know, spaceship hovering above, beaming down energy. It's all inside of you. It's not coming from Washington, D.C. or your state capital. It's all inside of you. It's not coming from the Vatican or the Taj Mahal or Angkor Wat. It's not coming from that black box in Mecca. It's coming inside your heart. It's beating in your heart right now. I'm just hopefully taking the fog out of your mirrors so that you can see that it's there. The power is you. Power is in all of us. So, in order for the power to come in and recharge that battery, we got to exfoliate, I guess. Defoliate.
Clear off the mud.
Yeah. Scrub the shed off. Scrub all the shedding off. Damn these self-amplifying medicines.
You can clean me up, but you cannot keep me clean. Especially like if I'm outside, I get so dirty. Yeah.
Are you telling these people that you're a dirty girl?
I get freaking dirty. You should see me after a festival.
All right.
All weekend. I'm like brown.
Let's see.
Yeah,
so
thanks for hanging out, people.
So we begin with the very first direction, which is why I did not smudge before this direction, because this is the direction we're beginning with to begin our journey. Just take in one good, sad, resigning breath. Look down. And for a moment, just think, man, I don't think it's ever been this fucked up. Yeah, it's chaos. Just take one moment to look down. Heavy exhales. Chaos. Turmoil. Yeah. Color brown, like bullshit.
Right. Like the mud.
Like you get that river all muddied up, right? You get all that muck stirred up.
Crap.
And then it goes away.
Down.
Everyday crap is down.
Down. Now.
Sorry, Steve is killing me.
Look up and look left and look right and take your first drink of water. And as you take the water in your mouth, just let it sit in your mouth for a second before you take the swallow. And think about all the bullshit and everything. And put the bullshit out of your mind before you gulp the water, or the water may still taste like shit. I don't know where you got your water from, so hopefully it doesn't taste like shit. But clear the mind of those thoughts. Up, left, right. Focus on the water. Water is power. Water is life. Water is energy. Water is power. You are water. Water is you. Positive energy. Back to square one. Let's see here. All right. To leave the first direction, which is, what direction do you look if you fall asleep sitting upright? Down. So when you wake from asleep in a chair, you're already looking down. So as you wake up, you want to get your head up, right, left, take a swallow. All right. You know what is down? Down is brown. Brown is the earth. Earth is the dirt. And there's chaos and there's turmoil around on that dirt, looking down. But if you stare between your toes and focus on your toes with each step planted, you'll end up walking into every briar bush and every branch before your path and falling in the first pitfall, the first pit that's been dug for you. You can't make it down the path staring down between your feet. So we leave the chaos and turmoil behind, and we raise our head up. And take stock. Take stock of things. And so now, hopefully you have some idea of where you're at and you're able to look to the direction of the west. You don't necessarily have to completely turn your entire body to orient to the west. I would recommend just kind of glancing to the western direction over your shoulder, kind of with a dirty look. Like, I put my food in the fridge at work. I wrote my name on it. I had a twist tie in a bag with Tupperware in a bag with twist tie on it, with my name on it. And I look out of the corner of my eye to the west, and I see the same dude eating my food.
That way, more like that way.
That's the kind of attitude, that's the kind of look you want to have for the West. Because the West is the end. The West is death. The West is door to the other portal. And, you know, as you look up from looking straight down and you look to the West, well, you're still alive. So look the other way, to the East. To success, to winning, to purification. That's where it's going to end up. But now we look up to the north, to the defeat and the sadness and the trouble, because that's where all this abuse has led us to this point of curiosity, of seeking purification, of needing renewal, of the soul phone battery being drained. Because it's been just constant gaslighting, constant lying, constant bullshit, constant abuse. It's been served to us very cold. And north is the blue, the sky, the ice, the winter. And when you make it through the winter, you conquer the defeat, you gladden the sadness. It happens. It's all part of a revolution, a cycle. It's not a linear thing. It's not point A to point B. It's just going around in circles. We're just going around in circles, folks, like an orbit. So now we turn to the south, to the direction white, just pure vanilla gorilla, just plain white. Everything is white.
What about the north color though?
It's blue.
Oh, okay.
Blue.
North is blue, like the sky, like the ice, like the water, like the winter. And then south is the serenity, the purity, the happiness. But you're still just thinking on the level plane. And so in order to open up the path to the serenity and peace, just much like there is a serenity prayer, you have to surrender your ego. And surrendering your ego, you're letting go of your desire to want to control what you can't control, to want to change what you can't change. So it in many ways echoes what you see in the serenity prayer. I mean, it really is about giving up the fact of things that you can't control. The serenity prayer goes in different directions, granted. This is just one element of it that seems to rhyme with it. But it's about surrendering the fact that of things that you can't control. You know, when it comes to other parts of the serenity prayer, that's a different direction, different thing. So don't think that this is perfectly harmonious with that particular poem that they use in 12-step programs. This direction of south again is on the linear plane. You look left, right, up, and then straight ahead to the south, to the color of white, to happiness. At last, seeking happiness, seeking serenity, seeking purity. Eladi. Order, peace, Dalonige, the sun. Well, when you look up and you see the color yellow, that's the sun. That's the order and the peace. The sun is always honest. The sun is always sunshine, shining brightly, illuminates truth. Right. So
That's my planet, is the sun.
that's the order. That's the peace. And then at last you reach Athni, to the source of all power, inside. EJUST. And what is the color inside? The color of all new growth. EJUST. Green.
Green.
And literally, EJUST. EJUST. It's just Cherokee for color green. Literally translates, EJ means new.
Okay,
UST
spell it
means
for me.
something. EJUST. Spell that. ITSEI EJUST. And it sounds like EJUST.
Okay, I got almost that. ITSEIYU.
Yeah. EJITSEI EUST. IYUSDI.
Oh wait, did I forget? Is it IT or IJ?
It kind of sounds like a J or a ZH. EJ UST. EJ UST. EJ UST.
JUC.
That's
And that
cool.
literally means
It sounds like a JUC, like a J, like A.
I thought he was saying Steve at first, so I was like a J for Steve. I'm like, yeah.
EJ UST. EJ UST. And EJ UST literally means new something. A new something. And that phrase signifies the color green.
That's awesome.
Green is something new. Right? When it first sprouts, when it first buds, it's green. Everything's green when it first buds. Green. And so you're talking about the renewal, new growth, right? Decalcify, deossify the pineal gland, right? Pineal gland? That's it.
Pineal.
Pineal. I know Pineal. He's a good guy.
Oh, the pineal gland?
Pineal's pretty cool.
Yeah, pineal gland.
Pineal gland, yeah.
Pineal gland. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
that's the one that gets calcified with the fluoride in our water. So it's the same, it does go back to that. Is
It's the one they systematically have been
the purification of the water and the fact that they put fluoride in that.
Yeah, the hydrofluorosilicic is limiting my natural mystic.
And so it calcifies that, your pineal gland. And so, and on top of that, that's what they use in sarin gas.
Mm-hmm.
So they're putting
What's better than
toxic in our
sarin?
water and then telling us that it's good for us.
What's better than sarin gas except for
Sarin wrap.
Sarin wrap.
Or they call it cling wrap in England.
Don't they have that? What do you call it? They have spent isotopes from certain nuclear processes that are like even more deadly than sarin, and you could just be near it. You don't have to breathe it or anything, and it'll kill people.
Everybody knows
for
that.
Miles.
If you're going to throw a nuclear party, that plutonium is the half-life of the party. I'm telling you.
He pulls cats and birds and such.
Oh man, some of those videos.
Choosy.
Oh my gosh, I have
are just brutal when the reactor core melts down
I gotta
and the
go.
big hydrogen cloud explodes and the roof goes flying in the air.
We'll go.
Purification is happening.
Some purification needs to take place. Lucky will be right back.
All right. So what we're talking about here ultimately is that the power is inside of everyone. Everyone is a priest. Everyone is a priestess. Everyone is a healer. Everyone has medicine. Everyone is the science, Dr. Fauci. Ha ha ha!
Everyone.
Hey, wake up, buddy.
Man, I hope 5 years from now, like we're all like, God damn, I can't believe Fauci's up in front of the grand jury again for 97 counts of fucking being a piece of trash. That would be really, really nice to see. I hope that's like in our future.
I wonder which one of the independent American republics will prosecute him.
I don't know. I think the Idahoans are likely to come with hook and sickle.
Yeah.
And Fauci means reaper in Italian, right? So yeah.
Fauci.
We have a.
That's
È
not
vero, è vero,
that's not
paesano. Spezzi di finocchi. Non piaci, non mi piaci, il medico Fauci.
Look,
Bastardo.
there he is.
Yeah, there he is, that creepy son of a bitch.
Yes.
That horned bastard.
Seriously, look at that Fauci.
Yeah, look at that Fauci.
I believe in marijuanification, reincarnation. So I'm hoping that when the Yona is reincarnated as the Yona bud, I know that everyone is going to get higher than they've ever gotten before from smoking the Yona.
Right. That stands to reason. I kind of feel the same way.
Imagine, if you will, the strain of bud known as
There it
Yona
is.
Rona.
You see that?
Yona Rona.
That's what.
Yona Rona. That's the shit that'll put your ass in the bed.
You can't get a vaccine for that motherfucker.
Do you see Fauci?
Wow.
Fauci, you little bastard. I love that.
Wow. But that's like evil Scooby-Doo cartoon villain Fauci.
Yes.
That's how everybody else sees him.
I saw
Come
that
on,
Reaper
Thelma
and
and
I
Shaggy.
was like,
We gotta get the mystery machine up to Bethesda, Maryland.
Ruh-roh.
Adrian, I got a buddy who goes up there and protests.
Oh,
He can get up. Surely he can get Shag and the crew up there. Come on.
We could get him.
Come on. I mean, Bobby Kennedy's been working on it, and it's not going so well. I think we need Thelma and Tom and the rest of them there.
Here we go. Look, free Commander
Daphne.
X.
Zoinks.
Yes.
There's Commander X's dog, Zabby.
Yeah, Commander X could be one of the Scooby Gang. He has that.
No doubt. Commander X is
And there's
Shaggy.
Leo.
Yeah, I think
Recognize.
Did you see that one I did of Slow News Day?
Savvy is the Scoob.
Slow News Day
there
with
it is. There we
in the Scooby mode, sitting in the van or whatever.
Yeah, I like that.
That's funny.
See, look, you're hanging out with an ostrich.
Featuring everyone's my favorite. Your co-host is better than my co-host is better than your co-host. Glory,
Here, you
Austin
wanna do it
Sauce
for real?
Jones.
Here you go, Steve. Go ahead, pet your ostrich.
Hi, buddy. Hi, it's nice to see you.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
That's nice.
I'm the hot mess, by the way.
Oh,
I might have to play that video later.
here's Peaches.
Okay. Yona was just starting to well, he said a bunch of stuff in Cherokee, so that was cool, and I like to absorb that. I don't think I'm getting any better at doing it, but goddamn, it's freaking cool learning new words.
Well, you still know the Cherokee words for yes and no. Yes is no is So
I got those.
And
those
aho?
are solid.
Aho.
aho means we are all one people, according to the language of the Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman tribe.
Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman tribe.
Yes.
Is that a Burbank tribe or?
Yeah, it's a Burbank clan.
Burbank clan.
I'm sorry, I think they're Anaheim Indians.
Anaheim Indians. Oh, remember the Anaheim Indians won the World Series? Those were the days.
And this is when we do a break.
Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning.
There we go. That's our segment into.
Nice.
If you're ever having a bad day, just come on my channel and watch some Leo videos. I'm telling you, if you can watch that and not laugh or smile, then I don't know what to do.
It helps.
That is so awesome.
Steve made me put the wing. Those are my wings from Halloween because Leo and I were the bees. But Steve, I made him a shirt that said boo. So together we were boobies. And and those were my bee wings. And Steve goes, put them on Leo. And I'm like, what? He's not going to wear those things. Not only did he wear them, he danced in them. I mean, what the hell? He's a really cool dog. And he also
we have a term in Cherokee that basically means aho, and that is OCO. I mean, that's basically what OCO means. OC plus yo. OC is like the goodness, the force, the energy. Yo means inside everything, including you, including me. So it's the
namaste.
Yeah, I mean, it really is like, the whole namaste.
Mm-hmm.
It really is like OCO. Maybe like Ubuntu, which is Swahili, I think. Nataka kufuta bangi, msima msuru kwa ngawa. Yeah, that's Swahili. Yeah. All right. Hey, I got to dust off an African language tonight, and I know Africa is prize number one now. All those natural resources looking to be free.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about mining, people.
Oh.
We'll get back. Don't get him off talk. I'm like, oh no, we got to do this. We'll go back to that. It would be good to do that with the masks, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's like an area where they really have used a lot of like the masks.
Zimbabwe has like some beautiful ones that I've seen.
That the Cherokee carved wooden masks is a big thing. We have a tradition of theater that I mean, I guess it would kind of be like a comparable, maybe like to Japanese kabuki theater or something.
Wow,
like that.
that's really cool.
I mean, obviously, whenever you have a written language that's thousands of years old, along with that comes, the whole arts and music thing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really neat, though. I just never. I knew there was a language, but I didn't know there was, all the peripheral stuff, like,
I mean, I think if you really start digging into Cherokee things, you're going to find out that Cherokee in general is fearlessly authentic. There's not really, I mean, you can try to fake being Cherokee, but it's pretty easy to figure it out, I mean, for example, none of my ancestors were princesses or queens or kings.
Right.
And you'll often hear that, well, my grandma was a Cherokee princess. Yeah. Well, it's nice to meet you, my relative.
Yeah.
And then I normally curtsy as well.
Curtsy, yeah. I would only curtsy if I had the little pointed shoes on, with the bells.
Make sure you use your T finger. Make sure your T pinky is sticking out when you do that. Like,
okay, you have to look.
You curtsy like Kristen Sinema in Congress when she's saying no to raising your minimum wage. You do your little curtsy.
A little curtsy, a little
privilege, a little white privilege in your.
I thought she was gonna start like doing the signs for like YMCA or something. Like she was, and a 1 and a 2. She was jazzercising, sweating to the oldies. And
Juicy is
by the
on
way,
this tonight.
whatever happened to Richard Simmons? Has he been abducted or something?
I
Like
loved
that?
his
I
hair.
haven't seen that guy since the 90s, I think.
He had the greatest permed hair. I think his hair was permed, right?
There was only one brief moment in time when Richard Simmonson's hair almost got as glorious as Glory Jones's hair.
Oh,
I was thinking that
it was
too.
rapidly approaching, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think it ever fully.
But it was a brief moment in time.
Yeah.
Brief moment in time. At that time, fanny packs and leggings were still a thing. It was a simpler time, Steve.
I remember hacky sacks for everyone.
Lucky remembers. That's when Cyndi Lauper just wanted to have some fun.
Oh my
Girls
god.
just want
Singing about her true colors shining through.
Debbie
That's
Gibson
right.
and Paula Abdul and like
I love that fucking.
Oh, now we're doing the locomotion. Keep it going, Lucky. Yeah. Bananarama.
It's when like more women came out, you know what I mean? Like in that
Yeah.
80s, 90s time,
Tiffany.
a lot more women, women became a lot more popular on the scene.
The
Yeah, you had,
Bangles. Walk
what
like
was
it.
her name? Apollonia with Prince.
Yep. The 3 non-blondes.
4 non-blondes.
4 non-blondes. Oh, I always forget the 4th one. Sorry about that. I'm stuck on third person.
You know what's
always.
weird? The
I knew
number
her.
3.
She was a brunette.
The number
She's not
3
fooling
keeps
anyone.
coming up, right? So the stream when we ended it the other day, it was at 3:33.
Wow.
It was like
Dot
3
33.
hours. Yeah, 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It was weird.
And my sub count was at 119 and his is at 191. And I'm like, wow. And
That's
then
a lot of numerology there.
and then I was like, I'm like, well, we should probably like just grab a couple like lottery tickets just for, for
Let me
fun.
see here. I've got my engineer scale ruler. I've got my slide rule and my protractor. It's
Grab me the
time to
ticket.
start plotting
We gotta
points
put
here. We're going to connect the dots like David Icke. All right.
So I got a lottery ticket. Can I have the ticket?
Wado Marana. Much love.
And the first number is 3.
With a name like Omar Rana, I feel like I should say Shukran Jazilan.
guys see that?
Assalamu alaikum.
I could see it.
We got a lottery ticket. The first number is 3. And then the last number is 32.
Yeah.
So we got to put some positive energy towards being able to win the lottery or come into some kind of
Let me see
finances
here. I
so
gotta
that
gauge
we
the
can
win.
have
Win the
a
lottery.
community.
May the odds ever be in your favor. Yeah. I got my Hunger Games plug in there.
On it.
That was fantastic.
Swahili and Hunger Games in the same episode.
That's
They run
right.
The Yona.
If you're
I know.
for those
We're
taking
always-
notes, if you're wondering what I said in Swahili, my old friend from what he called Chigari, but it's on the map. It's Kigali. He was a Hutu from Rwanda. Shout out to my old friend Odinga Sezirahiga, who I was learning Quebecois with in Ville, Quebec City, back in '99. Anyways, he taught me some of that Swahili, and he carved into a coconut for me, Nataka Kabuta Bangi, which means I want to smoke weed, which I'm sure shocks people. But,
I'm
Nataka
shocked.
Kabuta Bangi. The first
So-
thing I want to know in Swahili, how do you ask somebody, I want to smoke weed? So when I return to Africa, of course, we know I'm already ready. I've already got my questions ready.
Got to prepare for something like that.
Yeah. It's an international community we have here. Pakistan, Australia. Tell them, Lucky, we're worldwide with this burrito stuff.
It's worldwide burrito.
Yeah,
baby.
we had Mr. Wilson from Pakistan on a stream with us while we had Oz Whistles in Australia on with us. and we're in Connecticut in the U.S. So it's pretty amazing, and we are definitely reaching people.
Plus, we have different people from all over the place.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm down here in Clampett Central, right beside Eastern Kentucky and West by God, Virginia.
Well, I know we have California people in here. We have Mass. We have New Jersey. Where's everybody else from? I know Kate that comes in. She's from Canada. You know, we have a couple people from Australia actually that come in and hang out with us. And we actually got to see Mr. Wilson's lovely.
Talk about Canada, and I think of Modi and Fan du Monde and Molson Bière and the Du Maurier cigarettes.
I think about propaganda.
And the poutine. Oh my God, the poutine with the cheese curd and the gravies and
delicious.
I think about propaganda, and I wonder if his long hair smells like maple syrup.
I think it does.
Oh, so the lottery ticket. So with the 3s on it, look at that. And the time is at 1:31:43, and we have 13 watching. What the hell? So that ticket, the reason I got it is because I want, if we can, make that be the one winning ticket, then we can build an intentional community. So let's put some positive energy towards an intentional community.
I want to build an intentional community, but I really want to mean it this time.
Oh, look at that. And Kate, did you just pop in, Kate? See, I said her name and she pops in.
Yeah, I had so much fun in Canada, and now it's just like getting more and more bullshit to cross the border back and forth to Canada. I mean, all you have to do is cross the state of Ohio, and you can literally take a ferry directly to Ontario.
I wasn't even thinking about that. You're like fucking
from Cedar Point there, where they got the amusement park with all the killers.
Great fucking shot.
And stuff.
There's a question if you can translate.
Uh-huh.
There's a question on the screen. They want to know if you can translate.
Could you translate that?
24 hours ago. I want to be sedated. Oh, like, well, which language?
Yeah, like, so Yona knows, like...
Shalagi Gawanahisti?
I looked up
Shows go.
1:33:13.
Ganula Aguaduli. Well, that's tricky. Let's see. 20, 24
And I just looked up at 1:33:31.
Pasado.
Seriously. Dude, I'm looking.
Quiero borracho. Quiero ser borracho. All right. Yeah. Well, that would be. I want to be drunk. Well, close enough. Let's see. Well, so which language was it?
I don't know.
20, 24.
See, you ask that, and you don't realize.
It's like if you play that in a march.
Yona knows like all the languages.
Say it in German. It's
really effective. 24 passé. Je veux être tanné. Alors, allez rouler les boutons. All right. I think that was French.
Let's see. Oh, Steve said, ajo is garlic in Spanish?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Salsa de ajo. Con mi pizza. Qué bueno. Sabor.
Have you witnessed anybody summoning the winds? Is what Chuzy wants to know.
Is anybody summoning the winds? Yeah. Oh, have you witnessed anyone summoning the winds? I saw the Grateful Dead make weather one time above RFK Stadium. It was like 1,000 degrees out all day, and then all these clouds just like rushed in as everybody was going into the show. And it was like all the people were attracting all the clouds to go above the stadium, and it like thunderstormed above the stadium for about 5 minutes.
You know, in
and
fact,
it broke up.
What is
I've
that?
seen. I've not only have I witnessed the wind directions change, but also the wind to fall and different cloud shapes to form. And I mean, I witnessed it. And some of the things other people witnessed too, but that was kind of my intention. That was my intention, you see.
Aha. It was you the whole time. My friend Georgie,
Did you see this question?
who's no longer with us. Anyone wanna what?
Anything else you want to throw at the Cherokees? Maybe they sank the Titanic or not.
Oh, we're blaming Cherokees for stuff. Is that what's happening?
I don't know what
I don't know how to take that.
I'm confused. That's why.
I was gonna say that my buddy Georgie, who's no longer with us, one New Year's we went to go see Max Creek, and we ate, split like a whole bottle of LSD liquid, and came home, and in the backyard we had like a little stream, and it was cold out. It was New Year's, and the water was making like this kind of fog, like the like above.
Ooh, I remember I watched a movie about that where this fog came in on a New England shore. It was spooky as fuck.
this was wild because it was just like a little brook going through the backyard, but the way the steam was like coming off the brook, like the water was, or the air was, or the land was warm or whatever right there. So it was making this like condensation thing happen where the clouds.
We have the same thing every day in the Smoky Mountains. That's why they call them smoky.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of like that effect where the fog is like close to the ground. Well, it got up into the sky, like where all the sky was all clear and you could see all the stars. And we are tripping our faces sitting on a park bench in the backyard watching the steam come off the fucking stream. And I swear I saw like every cosmic mystery that ever needed to be unfolded. Like the math for it was like right in front of me. It was like written in hieroglyphics in that steam, and it kept morphing and changing into different things. And I mean, I saw like everything. I saw like crazy book of creation shit where it was like penmanship in the sky. Like, I don't know who was writing it, but that shit was fucking amazing, dude. Like, wow. And I mean this
that
very
feeling when all the dots connect.
Very, very seriously, yes. And we sat there, and until we both got so freaked out that we like, all right, we have to, we didn't say anything to each other for like a half an hour. Went in the house and sat down and didn't say anything until like, an hour later or something. We're like, dude, what the fuck was that shit, man? Like it was just overwhelming. And we ended up crying and like fucking hugging each other and like trying to fucking calm each other down because we were like showing some shit. You know what I mean? Couldn't make any sense of it because we're fucking spun out of our minds, but it was fucking like one of the most beautiful experiences I've ever had.
That's amazing.
And I feel like I learned some shit, but I couldn't tell you what it was.
So that's pretty crazy because this happened just like before you guys were talking about that. I looked up at the time and it was 1:33 with 13 seconds. And then the next time I looked up, it was 1:33 and 31 seconds. I'm not fucking lying. I'm not even joking. I wrote it down. I was like, whoa. Because I saw the 1:33 and 30. I was like, wow, that's a lot of threes after we were just talking about all that. And then and then I look up and it's like just the opposite. I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. I just thought that was really crazy.
I'm still trying to figure out that one comment about what Cherokees would have to do with the HMS Titanic sinking in the North Atlantic, or the
what? I don't know what I don't know what this means.
Gremlins. Okay, now to answer Riley Marsh's first question, if the thing with making gremlins is like making money. Okay, it takes money to make money. So if I have a gremlin to start with, Doesn't necessarily have to be Gizmo, but
You could double up.
I have water on hand, so
Purified water.
Oh,
Like
okay.
we have healthy water.
purified water.
I bet
Add
you live. I
gremlin,
bet you. I
get
bet you
more
live
gremlins.
fairly close to a Taco Bell, so feeding them after midnight would be no problem.
As for stuff, I was already showing off some of the things that I prepared. That this is stuff, or it's a smudge applicator, a smudging application device.
I'm not really sure what Riley's after. Do you need some help with the ladies or something? You need some potions.
This will help
What
wipe
is-
the sadness away
dude
with the
asking?
smudge application device. Wipe the sadness away.
Or the
Take
boys?
the
I don't know.
smoke. Taking the smoke, rub it into your face, smudge it on your forehead, rub it into your
Wish I
hair.
had some
just
woods
get
in
it
my neck of the
everywhere.
woods.
Yeah, we're
You
getting
guys are
into
too
smudge stuff.
These
now.
guys are hilarious tonight, and I'm really having look at this. I wish I had some woods in my neck of the woods. What the fuck?
Love potions. Yes, there is a love potion. There's a couple of love potions.
Oh, potion number 9.
Now
Yeah.
if
Charlie,
you
I've
drink
had
enough
that.
love potion, unfortunately your standards lower. So you want to be careful how much love potion you drink, because at a certain point your standards get so low that when the love potion wears off, you're filled with regret.
Isn't that regret potion? Can I just skip the love potion? Just give me the bottle of regret. Okay.
Oh my god.
Well, it was last call and I didn't want to go home empty-handed.
If you guys see this, Yona needs a
boy.
level, and I piss on my gremlins. As long as it's the gremlin. H-O.
I think
Like
if
your-
you piss
like
on
your-
your gremlins
Oh,
to make more
God.
gremlins, you're going to have very angry R. Kelly gremlins that don't see anything wrong with bump and grind. You're going to have a mess on your hands.
Here you go. 3, 6, 9 are magical numbers.
Once I had a problem. I thought it was a gremlin, but it was a pacer, and I was peeing on it, and it didn't do anything. It was a 1981 pacer.
Ooh,
It
magic
was a
stuff like cool
79
magic stuff.
gremlin. I thought.
Oh,
it was
I think Riley Martian's talking about shape shifting.
magic and cool magic stuff.
Like
Doug Henning.
What kind of magic stuff? I want to know.
shape shifting. You know what shape shifting is, right?
Yeah, that's when you go from like being a skinny dude to a big dude.
No, that's when you. That's when
You
you
have to
turn
blow
into
yourself
the
up,
bear.
right?
Like remember that show on NBC like 35 years ago called Manimal, where the
Of
guy would
course.
turn into
Of
like
course
a
I
tiger
do.
or a bird. That's
Yes.
shape shifting.
All right. That's when you can combine animals.
shit, dude.
You can combine
Manimal.
animals. I see.
Manimal.
Ah. Is that what
Manimal,
man
that's what it
cow? Is that what man cow is? When you get down to it, is he a manimal?
Are you guys
Man,
talking about
bear, pig.
bestiality? Is that what we're doing?
Bear Grylls, also manimal.
I mean, imagine you're in the heat of battle and you get into the state of meditation and you're able to use the eyes of the buzzard that's flying over the battle like a fucking drone before they even invented drones.
Right? That's a biological drone,
We're talking about
baby.
some cool magic shit. Strap in. I got some Cherokee tails if you
Yeah.
you can dig it.
We eat these buttons.
Did
We'll
you see what
we'll drive
Choozy
some
said?
hawks around and shit. It'll be great.
Choozy said a bunch of us on Mountainside in high school with a guy who was summoning the winds. He wasn't tripping, but we all were on peyote. He was saying something in Native American.
I mean, it's not like
That's cool as shit.
it's not like anybody can summon the wind. You got to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that will summon.
That can
the
send a
wind.
telegram,
And
right?
so then
Or the
you
smoke
start
signal.
sending your smoke signals, and I mean, it's all if you've got someone in your network. Of course, the network you have to go through the door that leads to the other world. So amongst your network, you need to have the right dead ancestors that party with the other right dead ancestors, so that the wind can be summoned.
There's a lot of logistics involved, apparently.
It's all on the dead people that you know.
Right. Charlie
And it's
Brown,
hard to
thank
meet
you.
dead people if you're always alive. So sometimes you have to be dead to meet dead people.
Another good point.
That's why I love Jerry Garcia.
Yeah, because he was dead right from the start. That's what people say to me all the time. Oh, you're not dead yet. I've been dead for years. What are you talking about? Charlie Brown, he absolutely redeemed my AMC Pacer joke with a Gremlin X.
Skinwalkers. Oh, Skinwalkers is nothing compared to the blue-eyed moon people.
We're gonna have to do just like questions with Yona, like fun Yona questions. Like that would just be a
Riley
good
Martian,
stream.
you need to look up about the big red leech. Leech, the big red leech, and the blue-eyed moon people, son.
Ugh.
That's what you're looking. That's what. Trust me. Let me repeat.
Skinwalker
Blue-eyed moon people, big red leech.
You should be searching big red leech.
I'm putting you on it, man. See, that warrior, he said that he was going to kill the big red leech and wear it like a garter belt around his leg. You see, but the water foamed. That big red leech came out and sucked his ass right up, man.
Damn. As leeches will do.
Yep, that leech. As it turns out, the leech was not turned into a garter belt.
No.
And now it's just a little spot by the North Carolina State Highway in Murphy, North Carolina.
Murphy.
Yeah. In the heart of Cherokee country.
That's cool. I like North Carolina. I've been there a few times.
Wait, is this
Man,
just like
thinking about the moon-eyed people is kind of, it's giving me the heebie-jeebies, man. Gotta think about something else.
Scary. Mexicans do love burritos. That is true.
Is this what you were talking about?
It's the giant red leech.
The big red leech. Oh,
No.
God. Yeah, and they eat snakes.
They eat snakes. Fuck.
Oh! That is scary. That kind of looks like a vagina with teeth.
Yeah.
Oh,
that is the scariest thing.
Okay, there's a lot of Cherokee horror stories about adulterous husbands that were avenged by the big red leech, because the big red leech is one of the women's medicines. And the adulterous penis has been eaten off by the big red leech. So watch it.
Yeah, that seems.
Don't piss off your medicine woman.
Seems
and then go swimming in the wrong part of the river. Big red leech will make you dickless. I'm just saying.
And of course, I pick up on that before you even say it. That just always happens, You guys are watching like telepathic, freaking in sync brains, like live. Like you guys are seeing this live. Like it's like every stream, and we get more and more towards it. Like every
All
time.
right, I'm gonna have to pack another bowl here. Let's see. Which one? I'm not doing the Willie Nelson this time.
Oh, you have another question.
Huh. Well, one of the clans is the Aniwodi, which is the wolf clan. They are the keeper of the people. All the warriors are wolf clan. And all of the warriors, it's yeah. I think I've said enough.
Let's see.
Yes. I'll just yes to that question.
What about this the Chief Joseph.
Yeah, they chased after him. The French called them the nez percé. English Americans call them the nez perce. It means pierced nose, cut nose. They ended up trying to take refuge with the Cree up in Canada, and they were chased down. Same happened to the Comanche when they were running with Pancho Villa. Americans went into Mexico. America's gone into Mexico several times. Canada, not so much. I mean, it's happened once or twice, but Mexico 4 or 5 times. I mean, in large part, the War of 1812 was an attempt of the United States to forcibly annex all of Canada and add it to the United States. A lot of people don't realize that the United States was in the process of invading and taking over all of Canada and adding it to the United States. And Canada beat the Americans fucking ass and went down to DC and burned it to the ground, and then said, anytime you want to come back and reinvade Canada and add it to America, come on back, fuck around and find out. And we've never gone back. So we got the message. And it seems at this point, there's no need to conquer Canada. Canada has now apparently conquered itself thanks to Justin Trudeau's magnificent leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Canada was like, fuck around, lay around, hey?
Omar, we give out Yona's personal phone number at the end of the stream in case he does give you nightmares, so you can call him in the middle of the night.
Well, that'd be nice to finally get a phone call from somebody that I'm actually looking for a phone call for.
You're like, oh, they don't want my money.
999 out of 1,000 phone calls on this phone call is always for somebody else.
Check your sheets for the big red leaf.
I should have never gotten that Columbus, Ohio zip code or area code or whatever on that phone, because it's just nonstop with fucking spammy phone call. And what's going on in Rockfin chats now with all these spams? Every show I go
every
to
day.
watch, like,
yeah, the bots
if I wanted to earn money
aware
on the internet, then I would have to stop working.
And the thing is they don't even have like moderators and stuff on there.
That doesn't sound so bad.
Like,
I need to go back and find that spam.
Spam.
That was a good deal. It's working.
That was a good deal.
I'm sorry. Fuck you. I'm just being silly.
Rockfin grifters. That's pretty great.
Oh, man. Who were we watching the other day? And they were breaking down David Martin. And I was like, oh, my God, this guy's talking some griftinese. Mr. I've got all the patents here with his bow tie and everything.
Oh, yeah. I know who you mean.
Riley has another question.
Werewolves are real? Some people say.
Some people do say that. I've heard people say it.
Yeah.
I think you should investigate, Riley, and let us know. And
Riley, if you run into a werewolf, the best thing to do is
we're within 24 hours of a complete full moon at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We are.
It's like
so
the
chances
moon is like
good.
98.3313%.
So your chances are pretty good for running into one. But if you do, the best thing to do, I heard anyway, is just, let them sit in your car and put in the Green Day, crank it up really loud. Werewolves are big fans of Billy Armstrong. And then you and then you just smoke a lot of weed and talk about it, because just like everything else, you can smoke a lot of weed and talk about it.
You just have to pay close attention when you hear the ooh to know whether or not it's the Werewolf of London or if it's the Kid Rock remix song.
Right. If it's either one of those, you're fucking dead. So, if it's Warren Zevon, you should probably let him in your car and smoke a bunch of weed with him.
I think Choosy's being, I think somebody's dosing them.
Seeing some wacky shit in the clouds. What does that mean? I made some short video.
Oh,
No, I
well,
believe
you know,
No, I'm not saying
sometimes-
that, but yeah, I was just
Sometimes your ancestors get like so impatient and so just like, I'm gonna have to send a smoke signal down to this motherfucker.
Brains, that's how it works here.
And, you know, I mean, at the point when your ancestors are like just face palming, finally, boom, you're like, and you finally, and then you're like, something just keeps burning you in the earlobe and then flicking you in the back of your head. You finally look up and you're like, oh, sorry, Grandfather Sky. I'm fucking up that bad, really? Oh.
Twisters in December. Okay.
And look at this. Choosy had like a thing with a bald eagle. You should read that one.
I took a series of photographs of the bald eagle sitting in a sycamore tree. When I got back and really looked at them, one photo had my face on the bird, and another photo had my ex's face. I'm not sure how to, proceed from there. Like, they weren't photoshopped or nothing, or it was, were you on peyote at the time? I see weird shit sometimes too, man. Not gonna lie. I never knew America invaded Canada before. This podcast just blew my mind.
Yeah, Yona blows our mind every podcast.
Yeah,
like
they were known as Rogers Raiders. It was the first special operations raid ever conducted. Now we're talking about,
wait, what is this?
Fort
What is this?
Stanwix, Fort Ticonderoga, Lake Champlain, upstate New York. Marching up on both sides of Lake Champlain. So you're going up through New York State. You're going up through Burlington, Vermont. Home of Bernie Sanders.
My good friend Joe.
My good friend Bernie Sanders in Burlington, Vermont.
Yeah, I want to go up there and freaking talk to him.
Once again, I am asking why you are bringing up Bernie Sanders.
Marching to victory to make Ontario, to make all those Canadian provinces into the United States of America.
To make Canada great again.
Oh, jeez.
The state of Prince Edward Island, the state of Quebec, the state of Ontario. Well, it didn't turn out that way. Yeah. Turns out Canada had an answer for Uncle Sam, and his name was Tim Horton. And he packed a can of maple syrup whoop-ass.
Old Timmy Horton.
Do you see what Choosy put?
Yona's twisted 1812 war history.
And the coffee was good. That's the end.
Whoa.
Uh-huh. A Thunderbird.
Yes. Dude, I've been in Ecuador. That's where I was teaching English for a year and a half. And if it hadn't been for the Thunderbirds, we'd still be tormented by the horned flying serpent, the Uktena.
I went to see the fabulous
Anybody
Thunderbird.
that wants to look that up on Google, that's Uktena. The Cherokee flying horned serpent. Whatever you do not look at the Ulun Suti crystal between its eyes. Because once you look into the crystal, it hypnotizes you. Then you hear that tail shaking.
And that's your
He'll
ass.
grab you with the antlers because the antlers actually move. Because the wings don't have claws on them like dragon wings. Look, if you need more detail, I could be very specific. There's a lot of details with the Uktena that we've all agreed upon. And again, had it not been for the Thunderbirds, well, there was 2 Thunderbirds. And anyways, the Uktena was coming out of the hole and grabbed it in the sky. There's this big, like, what do they call it when like F-15s are fighting? Like a dog fight, right?
Dog fight, yeah.
And, you get the flying serpent, the 2 Thunderbirds. They threw that motherfucker right into the sun, cooked his ass.
Damn.
That's right. Flanua. Sa nua hikita uktena yukanski. Ah!
Choosy wrote another thing.
Remember that show in the 70s, the Thunderbirds? They were like puppets or whatever.
That was Cherokee, but it came off more like the Cajun guy from Waterboy, I think.
And that's how we roll here, bitches.
It's a fine line, you know.
So Choosy said something else. It's all about guardian angels. I think something's happened on that mountainside there for a reason. Intuitives have told me there's a Native American link in my destiny.
Mm-hmm. I don't doubt that at all, because I feel like, I don't know.
Now, see, here's the thing about it.
No,
according to our tradition, one of the songs that we sang on the Trail of Tears is called "One Drop of Blood." If you have but one drop of Cherokee blood running through your entire body, you're considered Cherokee. So, and actually in the Cherokee ethic, we would consider Elizabeth Warren just as Cherokee as Eddie Murphy.
Sure.
Right? To us, Elizabeth Warren is just as Cherokee as Yo-Yo Ma. Or Yanni. Great pianist. Pianist? A Greek,
pianist.
A Greek.
That sounds like
pianist?
something like an accident that you would have. I pianist.
I pianist.
Oh my God,
I almost
pianist.
got it in, but I pianist.
It's like, after women have a child, it's like they like their bladder isn't always like as strong as used. I pianist.
I was violated in Thessalonica and further violated in Corinth, and I can tell you that the Greek penis tastes like peanuts. There, I said it.
Peanuts. Enunciate, please.
So Steve Wolf, dude, said the
We're
crows
really
are
getting
talking
Greek tonight. I keep circling back to like Athens and Corinth. I mean, it's like we're writing letters with St. Paul here,
Yeah.
to my friends in Ephesus and Thessalonica. And this is the fourth letter to Corinth. Lay off the coke and horse, guys. That's for you biblical
we're on our
scholars.
way over.
We're now ripping on the Acts of the Apostles. All due respect there.
The more that Yona smoked, the more he's third person, and he becomes like, his language becomes like a cross of several. And they're kind of mixed together and shaken up, and they come out and can kind of understand what the whole gist of it is. But wow, half of that was not like something I should have understood. So it's kind of great.
I like comprehending things like that.
Yeah. And then Wolf Dude.
You shouldn't necessarily be able to.
So Steve Wolf Dude said crows are talking to him lately.
Anytime the crows are talking, you better listen. That's the war report.
They're always. I've always talked to the crows. And they remember. They will remember you, and they will teach their children about you, like their babies. They'll say whether you're a good person or not, and they'll teach and they remember your faces. Birds are really smart like that. Like
crow
even
feather
peaches.
in the back of that right there. There's a crow feather.
Yes, I have some crow feathers too.
Yeah. You show
so yeah, like birds remember you, like even peaches want usually the first interaction that they really have with you is how it kind of will stick with them. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. And crows are highly intelligent birds.
Smart ass bird.
One of our clans is the Aniwodi. That would be the bird clan. Well, I've mentioned some. I kind of feel obligated to fill in the spaces there because I've already mentioned the 7 directions. And there's also 7 days, right? I don't have to name those.
Are you sure?
Because
sometimes I lose my days. Sometimes I'm like, wait, is it Monday? No, it's not Monday. It's Thursday. See, I lose them.
I don't really want to do my cover of U2's Some Days Are Better Than Others. So do. Oh, yeah,
Bono.
skipping that. I'm not a Bono fan anymore. He weighs too many crooks for me to
Yeah,
pack
dude.
palate, really.
Way.
Did
One
you
big
see?
walking, talking turd.
Yes.
South Park got it right.
Hypocritical fuck.
Did you see what Omar wrote? Canadians have a secret fear of being invaded by, well, it said America, but it actually, we call it the U.S.
We Canadians
Because
have a secret fear of being invaded by America. So it's good to know we have at least a tiny chance. Oh, well, it's been invaded before and Canada won. So yeah, that's a well understandable, justifiable trepidation to honor.
And we are the United States because we do not exist on the entire North America. Your country is here as well. And we have, Central and Southern America, South America. So remember that. Just like, I'm not trying to be
I think I have
fooling,
at
but
last managed to disambiguate the term America so that the part of America that thinks that it's only America, that's Merca. That's spelled
Merca.
Murka. Merca.
That's the one where Gallagher is the president or something, right? He just America. Everybody talks like that.
Merkins get real bad. Get the turkey jerks. Turkey jerks. That's how Merkins talk.
Yeah.
Kate, I don't know if you, okay, there's a question here.
It's a question.
Okay.
We have a question.
The Indian residential school murders in Canada are being brought to light. From what I heard, the blueprint for taking the children and putting them to schools was created in Boston. She wanted to know if you had any comments about that.
Yeah.
So wait, what does it mean? The blueprint was created in Boston. Do we know who created? Like, where did that? What is kind of like,
so the boarding school system, there are a couple of lines that converge, but we had mentioned before about how William Randolph Hearst, and then before that Horace Greeley, they found that factory workers could be more productive if they got rid of the children and shipped them out west.
Yeah.
And that's how you ended up with all these orphans out west, like Billy the Kid and others. They thought their parents were dead. The parents thought the kids were dead. At first, they were moving them from Boston to Western New York State, but that wasn't far enough because parents were investigating where their children had been taken and were able to travel to, Rochester or Buffalo or Utica or whatever, Schenectady, whatever the case may be, and could be reunited with their children.
I think
we're still separating minor children from their parents at the U.S. border today, right now, this very second. Families are being brought across the border, and the children are being separated from the adults, and that's a practice that goes all the way back to John Winthrop and William Bradford and Pequots and Mohegans and everything else, separating the children from the adults. But in terms of the context of the boarding school, the Indian residential schools, the policy was called "Kill the Indian, Save the Man," and in Oklahoma, most of the residential schools, at least in terms of the Cherokee, they were all run by different churches. So they were all religious schools. So, no more practicing the old ways, no more speaking Cherokee, no more writing Cherokee. And I mean, we all know, and we've known, it's part of our history, that every single residential school for Native American children across the United States of America is just basically it's just a collection of mass graves and mass burial pits. At least in Canada, they've now finally begun actually exhuming these remains and repatriating the remains of children stolen away from tribes back to their proper ancestral burial grounds with all their other ancestors, that's not really taken place yet in the United States. And sadly, I know here in this part of the country, in the Ohio Valley, where, you're talking hundreds of thousands of mounds and different earthworks and sacred sites that have fallen prey to the combine and the plow and the bulldozer. And still to this day, different landowners are digging up and digging into what seems to be just natural hills or ridges or whatever the case may be, only to find out that they're filled with copper gorgets or turquoise or jade or other things that were put in these mounds, along with bones and maybe carved bone pipes and other things that are then raided and sold on the black market as Native American artifacts and relics. We call them grave diggers and grave robbers. But I mean, we also kind of refer to a lot of archaeologists in the same regard, because for the longest time, whenever they find an Indian skull or any type of Indian artifact, it's just immediately put onto a black market and sold all across the country. And it's still taking place to this day. When I've gotten involved with some of my other respected elders that I look up to, like Two Feathers Down or Running Foot, or some of the others that are around here close to me that I've powwowed with. And, that's one of the few times when we literally stop and drop everything and pool our resources. And that is to try to, whenever kind of have a network, whenever we hear that a mound has been dug into or remains are being dug up, and we normally get someone there and try to get the proper authorities involved to get the remains reinterred and to get the sacred items repatriated with the right tribe. And so, I mean, that's still something that's happening all the time here. The real change for us as the Cherokee has been in our language revitalization program, which really, you look at the work that like Durbin Feeling has done, and Thomas Belt and other scholars for really ensuring that the language stays alive, like with the dictionary. This was put together by Durbin Feeling, the Dite Loquatosti from Jalagi to Yonega, Cherokee to English. There's the seal of the great nation. That's the Western Cherokee out in Oklahoma.
Now, if somebody wants to study and learn Cherokee, is that a good way for them to, start out? Or I know you've mentioned before that there are ways for people to learn more.
Well, in fact, the Cherokee Nation, the Western Cherokee Nation, because there are 3 federally recognized bands, and then there are also a number of other state bands and other bands of the Cherokee. I'm not going to get into that, but in terms of the federally recognized tribes, there's the Western Band, the Kituah Band, and the Eastern Band. Western Band and Kituah Band are in Oklahoma, and the Eastern Band's in North Carolina. And so at www.cherokee.org, that's www.cherokee.org, free Cherokee lessons are offered, kind of like on a semesterly basis. You just have to register for the course. And there are quizzes and tests, and you get a certificate mailed to you if you want. and there are different levels of courses. So there's like I think 2 or 3 beginner courses, and then 2 or 3 intermediate courses, and advanced courses, and there's further language courses just with the online courses through Cherokee.org. And then for further study, you have located there on the Western Cherokee Res in Dalik or Tahlequah. We say Dalik, it just means 2 is enough. Tahlequah has Northeastern State University, and they offer, I think, a 4-year bachelor's program in Cherokee language. Also, next to the Eastern Cherokee Res, my home res, which we call the Qualla boundary, you have Western Carolina University with Thomas Belt over there, and they have a Cherokee language program.
You are turned upside down.
For bachelor's. My teachers have been Edfield,
Don King,
Thomas Bell, but
no, you.
Oh,
there's also some other. There's a lot of other online resources for learning Cherokee.
Right.
One particular Cherokee online resource and program that I would recommend.
Okay.
I don't believe it's free, but that would be. It's called Your Grandmother's Cherokee. I like the way they organized it in terms of teaching it.
nice.
Okay, so that was. Sorry, these guys are killing me in here. They're saying if Steve was upside down, he looks like Cornel West. And then, like, they're saying these things in here, and I'm like, oh my god! I'm like, this is.
You never see Steve and Cornell in the same room. Just
wow.
Oh my god.
Well, thank you, brothers and sisters.
Wow.
I need you all to just shine on with love.
SF Thomas Groot was saying, were those schools generally Catholic schools, the ones that in Canada with the children?
Well, now, like in the case of the Cherokee Res, it was every denomination. So, I mean, Baptist, Episcopalian.
Damn.
Up in Canada, too?
Protestant. Canada, I mean, generally speaking, the point was to, kill the Indian and save the man, and to save their soul, and to transform them from being red deviled savages, red devils, into, it wasn't just about educating children. It's like being sent to, like, a gay conversion camp or something. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking twisted. I mean, you've been abducted from your family, abducted from your tribe, and forbidden to speak or practice everything you've ever been taught and learned your entire life. And if you don't just somehow immediately fall into line, maybe they'll just beat your head in with a hammer and bury you in the front yard with the other 3 they killed last week. I mean, it's pretty horrifying.
Yeah. That is fucking horrifying.
Steve, it's hard for people to imagine, but I think today with, big RVs and mobile vax units pulling up to grade schools all across the United States with pizza. Hey, kids.
Yummy pizza.
You want this pizza instead of the school lunch today? You got to take the jabby jab, but shh, don't tell mommy or daddy, or
don't tell.
Be our little secret.
We'll buy you some Chick-fil-A. Come on. What do you say?
Steve asked a question too here.
What did Steve say? Does Mona know anything about the Skinwalker Ranch?
Not Mona, Yona.
Yona. I didn't say Mona, did I?
He said it's weird shit happens on Skinwalker Ranch. It's a curse.
The Hopi curse.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get on the bad side of a Hopi curse because they've got the Anasazi Stasi. They'll come right out of Mesa Verde and fuck your world.
Damn.
And
And
Riley,
they're dead, so you can't kill them. How do you
Right.
kill something that's already dead, Steve?
Yeah,
That's where the chupacabra doesn't even go because the chupacabra's like, fuck this.
Chupacabra's not stupid.
I'm going back somewhere else where I can suck blood in peace.
He's part goat. He's like, fuck you, man. I know what's up.
I mean, look what happened when they killed Cornstalk's dad,
Yeah.
right? Pukinsall. And Kachimahokalesqua was like, oh, hell no. I'm calling up the great moth spirit.
Fucking
Mothman
moths.
is still flying around this motherfucker. See, y'all done fucked up now. Look, I mean, I don't know about other states. West Virginia is full of supernatural creatures. It's a Cherokee thing. It is.
It
We may
stands to
live in a
reason.
cartoon, but Cherokee cartoon comes with all kinds of sky mythical creatures. It's all right, though. I'm a sky myth pimp. I can show you the way.
I see spirits and stuff all the time. I always have, like my whole life. Like I thought it was a normal thing that people just saw spirits. Like I didn't know it was, nobody ever talked about that kind of stuff. Like I didn't grow up in a spiritual household where we, dived into this kind of knowledge. Everything I've learned, it's basically because I taught myself. I didn't really learn much in school.
I like that comment from Alice Skull there, Lucky. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Colonization is not about denomination, but homogenization.
Right.
Melting pot type shit. You got it. She figured it out.
Oh, there's some kind of question on here. I'm back farther than other people. All right, let me see what else there was. Religion is such an interesting mechanism. Subscribing systems for coverage by them for the rights to colonize places and abide by saving souls. Yeah. What question is there that was supposed to be? I don't know. Let's see.
Steve is inspiring me here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you just said that they did a flyby by their own funeral. I swear earlier when Steve was streaming, I wonder if it picked up on the mic. Like he's playing music and he's streaming and I hear something that goes over us and it sounds like it's like a freaking missile going over us like that. Whoa, like, and I was like, what is that noise? I literally went outside and walked around our apartment like complex, like, and looked around because I'm like, is there like gonna be huge smoke somewhere? Like, what was that? It was insane. It was insane sounding. I'm like, I haven't heard anything or seen anything like going crazy, but I'm like, I swear that sounded like
Uh-oh.
a
It was a
rocket or a
submarine test
missile.
gone wrong, and now there's something floating and groating. Was it Groton?
Yeah,
Something's
rotten.
rotten and Groton.
Rotten. Yep.
What about New Britain High School? You seen the girl fights there lately?
Girl fights there.
Oh my gosh. No, I don't go
You
to
didn't
that
see
area.
that clip from yesterday? New Britain High School in New Britain, Connecticut?
Yeah.
Really? What happened?
Oh, major cat fight yesterday. It was like all over the YouTubes.
Like you used to fight back in the day when you had a problem with somebody?
No, this was a girl fight from New Britain High School in the great state of Connecticut from December the 15th. There was eye gouging, hair pulling, scratching.
You should be searching that.
Oh, yeah. When I was going to school, there was fights. Believe that.
but not like that's okay. That kind of fight is stupid. If you're gonna fight,
Yeah,
fight.
The fights I saw in my experience at LaRue County Public Schools in Hodgensville, Kentucky, just outside of Fort Knox area. I don't know. Most of them were kind of lame, really.
Yeah, like that wasn't. I don't know. Cat fights are that's ridiculous.
only good fight,
like some fists and everything, and then after a few fists thrown, and like they're broke up. And
the only good fight I can ever remember was from like 7th grade, and it was all these kids. I was at my my parents' work, my dad's work, because I had a doctor's appointment in town, and we were in South Providence, Rhode Island, and there was like 4 kids. 4 of them were black kids from that same corner, that same street, and then there's 3 other kids that were like Spanish, and they were all screaming at each other, whatever. And I just happened to be there, like playing basketball, so I got into this big fight with all the rest of them. It was like they had sticks and fucking chains and shit. They kicked the snots out of us.
I am not in Connecticut. I am in West Virginia, which may, even at this late date in American history, may still come as a surprise to some people in the United States that West Virginia is in fact a separate state from Virginia.
It's no different than West Dakota.
Formed illegally in the middle of the Civil War by Abraham Lincoln for the benefit of the B&O Railroad, but that's a whole other history story. Moving on. They just celebrated their sesquicentennial. That's 150, right?
Sesquicentennial?
Sesquicentennial.
I don't know.
I'm gonna rock with it. Fuck it.
Sounds good.
Welcome.
I know bicentennial is 200.
Blushing Crow.
Centennial's 100. So sesquicentennial is 150 years of West Virginia.
All right, so E and F.
All right. America is a hemisphere, not a country.
Riley's got some good questions.
Okay, that last one. Go back to that one. He was talking about Amerigo.
So this one right here.
Yeah, the first fucker to draw the map was named Amerigo. He named all this shit after himself. Okay, now, it is true that there was a map maker. Actually, he was a copier, just a reproducer, named Vespucci. Amerigo Vespucci.
So he like worked at Kinko's?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
And somebody had written basically like a collection of erotic tales of having sex with all types of Native American women. Think like the 15th century version of Bob Guccione's Penthouse Letters, right? And for the cover of this book of, tawdry tales.
Tawdry.
Right? Tawdry. Think like Harlequin novel type shit, right? And for the cover of it was used the Vespucci map. And so the book became really popular, and the outside of the book was the Amerigo Vespucci map. And so one theory is that it was named, that the New World was named America for Amerigo.
Aha.
That's one theory. But the Taino and other tribes record that the first words that they ever heard from the pale skin say when they planted their feet on the beach, they said 2 words in Spanish, America. And then Dios mío. America, ay Dios mío. America is Spanish for the love of money. Love money. Ame, A-M-E is the command. Love. Rica or riqueza means riches or money.
Wow.
Love of money, thank God. Because they're there to get gold.
So
And now they've made it to land, and it's time to get paid. I'm about to get paid.
Yeah.
America, for the love of money.
Oh yeah.
America literally means fucking love money. What that has to do with the root of evil is probably relative.
That's why you're supposed to give it to the church.
Wow.
America, right. That's where that comes from. Amerigo, if we were named after Amerigo Vespucci, we would be called Americo or Amerigo, but it's America or America.
Two words, so say it again. It's literally means money. Like it literally means.
A-M-E with the accent is the imperative verb command instructing you to love. Thou shalt love money. Ame, Rica, R-I-C-A, Rica, which means riches, rich, money, wealth, gold, silver. Riqueza, like the rich port in Puerto Rico.
Right.
Rich port, Puerto Rico, America. You see?
Yeah.
See, shit gets lost in translation. All of a sudden, our little Spanish conquista got turned into American Democracy Capitalism Festival. Yeah.
Hashtag Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Why isn't that a thing that we learn in fucking first grade? You know, like, oh, we should be proud. Our country means, love money.
Well, I think if you teach the kids that we're the shining city on the hill and we're like, totally the greatest democracy ever, because we're a Christian nation, blessed by God, founded on the very concept of loving God by loving money first. Yeah, that's a problem there, Stever.
Yeah,
because the Bible kind of specifically calls out this whole love of money thing,
right?
Has to do with the root of all fucking evil or something.
I think they fucked up there. That might have been a mistake because this country could have been so much more successful, right?
I mean, imagine, if you will, that this country was founded by greedy, slave-catching, genocidal, raping pedophiles that have been genociding, raping, pedophiling, and mining for anything of value ever since. And it never was a democracy. Imagine.
Weird.
The mind does boggle. I'm so baffled.
It's baffling. That's what it is,
After 500 years of nonstop genocide, I'm starting to think that they're genociding again.
It's starting to dawn on you.
Joe Biden. Motherfuckers in Mayfield and Graves County, Kentucky. Okay. Just got fucked up by an F5 tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We were in on it.
In December.
I was watching it with great fear and trepidation, wondering, is this
we were streaming
my fucking apartment and spit me and my kids into the fucking clouds,
Right.
So we're watching it live.
We literally did a live stream with Yona watching it happen.
Lucky, oh my God, it's about to rip through Bowling Green. Oh my God, it just went through Bowling Green. Now the Corvette plant's on fire. Son of a bitch, 50 people are already dead,
And a lot of you were on there with
strapped,
us.
Fucking Fort Knox.
Get your news while it happens here, folks.
Yeah, we were watching it and praying live, making sure that, everybody was okay.
So there's Joe Biden in Mayfield, Kentucky. And unfortunately, former governor, granddad, Steve Beshear, was there along with his son, Andy Beshear, current governor of Kentucky, along with baby Bashir, we'll call him grandson Bashir, with the cute, sniffable blonde hair.
Yeah.
We know that it's cute and sniffable blonde hair because Biden was there.
It would
And
be
he sought him
prerequisite.
out. And once he's seen him, and he and he goes in and arms around the kid. It's just
When
it's
he got
disgusting.
a couple lungs full.
Lucky, he can't fucking help himself. He can't stop it. Everywhere he goes, he's just.
I would never leave my daughter with that man. And like, I don't know if any parent really would, knowing that. So why would they leave the country to that man? That just shows you the evil.
For those taking notes, Joe Biden does have a Cherokee name. It is Al-Sustigi. Al-Sustigi.
So we should say, let's go. Say it again.
Let's go Al-Sustigi.
Let's go
Al-Sustigi.
Al-Sustigi, like Tuskegee. Al-Sustigi.
I have a problem with S's.
I got
It's like Tuskegee, only less human experimentation. Al-Sustigi.
a little less, sure.
Al-Sustigi means sniffer.
Sniffer.
Sniffer. He sniffs.
Now is that like sniffer? He sniffs like somebody. Yeah. Okay.
Sniffer. He sniffs them. Sniffer.
That's good. I like it.
Al-Sustigi. The sniffer. Oh dear. Of course,
Here we go. Sniffer in chief.
Sniffer and
Yeah. He, some presidents had the pulse of the nation. He's got
You're
the
right,
smell of
Omar.
the nation.
Ugh.
It's all kids. Loves that. He loves that new baby smell.
That's what it is. It's just the Johnson & Johnson in their hair. You gotta get no more tears.
Is that how the job interview works? Like, they're like, will you wash your hair with this one brand of shampoo and conditioner and allow him to smell you?
That's how he
Is that, will you do that? And if you have a vagina or you're a person of
that's
color
how he and
or,
Jill get married.
like if you're gay, then, like if those are the two things, like we have to have something to virtue signal with. And will you wear this? Will you wash with this shampoo?
I'm glad that we've not taken our time like so many other people putting out content on YouTube to really hash out the finer differences between President Cheeto Dick and President Poopy Pants, because
This is the best we can do.
Cheeto Dick grabbed professional women that he paid for professional services in their professional parts, but Poopy Pants cornered his own subordinate employees in the office against the wall to digitally finger out things like Tara Reid. So,
I'm going to reach out to her.
Worse.
Yeah.
Grab him by the paid pussy or finger him at the office water cooler.
And smelling children and all of that, and it's
smelling
like
children full
that
time.
outrage. Then after, I'm like, where's the women's march now?
I think Brandon wins.
And this debate, this conversation we're having now, is nearly as sophisticated as South Park pitching whether or not you should vote for the giant douche or the turd fucking sandwich.
Exactly.
Spin your wheels on complete nonsense, or as Thomas Aquinas would describe in his Summa Theologica, how many angels can dance on the head of a pin? Let's resort to my favorite logical fallacy, reductio ad absurdum.
Oh my God, Charlie. Shits and giggles ain't so funny.
Shits and giggles ain't
So
so
this
funny.
is some old territory we just covered on my last GT Dubs.
Good night, Steve Wolf, dude. So there was a
question. Steve Wolf Fred. Be well, my friend. Be blessed.
He was asking about Skinwalker Ranch. Maybe we can do something on that.
Yep.
And try to dive into that.
Weird shit's gonna happen on the ranch. Number one, when it's called Skinwalker, and number two, when you disturb the ancestors, because
Mm-hmm.
in one of our earlier episodes, for those that are keeping track with the Lucky Burrito experience,
Yeah, there's a whole like list of just Yona
Chief
podcasts.
Seattle explained at the very end of his famous speech. We're talking about Chief Seattle of the Duwamish Nation, right? Up on the Pulch, what they call the Puget Sound, Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave his famous speech. He was talking to, what was his name? Isaac Stevens or something, provisional governor of the Northwest Territories, breaking it down to him. And he gets all the way to the end of his speech, and he says, and our dead ancestors, they're still here, man. They're in the streets of your lighted cities. Every night. Did I say they were dead?
Yeah.
They ain't dead, just a change of worlds. I've said enough, and that's where he left it. So, wow, talk about leaving it on a note there. So, with that, for those that are still with us, sorry for those that had to go to sleep, but we've now reached the special hour. It's now after 1 o'clock.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll come back and watch.
The key to the purification is opening all the doors. Like, we were talking about tornadoes. And have you ever heard of like when you know a really bad tornado is going to be coming up to the house, that you should crack some of the windows?
Yeah.
So that all your glass and your windows isn't just immediately like blown out, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the air pressure difference.
Yep.
So the thinking is, and I'm not endorsing one or the other. I don't know where it works because I've not been in a house to see if that works when being directly hit by an EF 3 or 4 or 5 tornado yet. Luckily,
Yeah.
But
they say the same thing. They say the same thing about the hurricanes in Florida.
Yeah.
You put up
same
the storm
thing.
shutters.
It's to help equalize the difference in the air pressure between
Yeah.
the outside and the inside, so that it doesn't just blow
Yeah,
out.
like when you board up and shutter up your windows and stuff, you still leave them cracked a little bit so that the air can,
so that the structure can breathe
right
with the wind. And so that's essentially what you're doing. It's like this purification process is like clearing your throat, right? But we're going to keep it East Coast tonight, Let me clear my throat, right? Okay. Oh, yeah. You guys are close to that, right? That's Dougie Doug. That's Dougie Fresh, right?
Dougie Fresh, I remember. Don't
let me clear my throat.
Oh my
God!
Don't push me because I'm close to the edge.
Yeah, that's Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5.
Did I confuse him? I thought it was Dougie Fresh. God damn it. My hip hop skills are way off.
That's some old stuff, man. That's back when Fat Boys were rapping. Out there, buying your book on how to break dance, and you got your cardboard thrown out.
Did you see what Riley put?
I roller skated to the Grandmaster Flash, the Furious 5.
Did you see what Riley put up?
You ain't no raccoon. Run.
Raccoon. You know what they call raccoons in Canada and England? Trash pandas.
Trash pandas, yeah.
Did you see this, Steve?
Somebody told me a couple years ago they had a band called Trash Pandas, and they played really crappy dubstep.
Well, have a good night, Range Control.
Did you see that, Steve?
Have an appointment.
And you definitely come back and pick up all the rest of it.
Hit me up tomorrow. Absolutely, buddy.
Omar,
Buddy Jay.
everybody, namaste. Thank you for coming. Everybody that did. We're not wrapping it up, but anybody who is heading out because they're tired or whatever, we love you so much. And we're at 2 hours and 44. So if you guys want to know where you're jumping back in, if you want to come up and finish.
Make no doubt to all my Canadian friends, I absolutely loved my time at Université Laval au Québec. It was amazing. So,
Only time
Canada,
I ever
land that
been
I
there-
love as well. There you go.
Only time I ever been to Canada was to Toronto and Niagara across the falls. Like that was the only time that I've ever like went into that state, into that country. I wish I could do it on the West Coast because I always thought British Columbia was just fucking gorgeous. It's like
Yeah.
so beautiful. The
Boy, they
volcano
really took
mountains
it in the
sticking out of the
mouth.
ocean.
Speaking of bad weather, they really took it right in the chopper the other day.
Yeah,
So
that was the other thing I was going to say before. I don't mean to cut you off, but Choosy sent me a video this morning or last night that like demonstrates exactly what the hell is going on and how basically a sketch on how to make your own tornadoes in December. It's a YouTube video. I'll have to share it with you.
Where did you send it?
Just the darndest things keep happening. The darndest things.
It was a YouTube.
Yeah, but where did he send the link, Steve?
I don't remember.
Picking up on where Chief Seattle was talking about the dead aren't dead, but they've actually gone through a door to another world. That's where we're leading with here, and the smudging, the smoke. It's like you're wiping away the clouds, and you're allowing the ancestors to reconnect with you, and all of that knowledge, all of that power, and all of that spirit is actually what recharges you.
Right.
All your loved ones, alive and dead, because there are loved ones of yours that are alive, maybe really, really close friends that you haven't had a chance to connect with for quite some time. Maybe it's been because of this pandemic response for the last 2 years that's kept you apart from being able to physically hug or connect or talk face to face. And that's the real beauty that I get out of smudging, out of the purification, because it allows me to really connect on a much deeper level with so many loved ones, and I feel the love come back, and I mean, we have little wives' tales that we kind of share in our own society about, when you feel someone's loving you or talking about you, whether it's a certain itch in the hand or the palm or a burning earlobe, or that
like lottery numbers.
Well, what are some of the wives' tales that you've heard about
Salt
up there?
Salt over your shoulder?
No, I mean like a tingling in your hands or your ear, or your face when someone's
oh yeah, like when your hands itch.
Yeah.
Or when someone's loving you, or when someone's talking about you, and
oh yeah, your ears ringing,
burn, or your ears ringing because someone's right. I mean, you've heard of things like that, right?
I've definitely experienced that as well, where I'm not sure what was causing the things, but certain different things that made me think like, wow, what the hell is going on and where I am? You know what I mean? There's lots of noise and lots of different things that I don't normally hear happening. And then it will just like go away or whatever. You just, you lose focus on it or something and it kind of slips away. But I never even put it together like that could be other spirits talking to me or just, sharing the same space as me.
Mm-hmm. I think what gives animal lovers and those with animals as close family members a particular advantage, or maybe just kind of a running start into these things, is being able to acknowledge and sense the mutual ability to sense each other's spirit and recognize each other's spirit. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about a tree or a dog or a cat or a bird or a bear or a fish. And that's kind of the essence of OCO, this common life force of life itself. And, that's why it's so much, to me, what we're talking about is not at all a religious thing. It's a matter of the spiritual path and spiritual awareness. And ultimately, purification is all about reclaiming your own spiritual awareness and allowing your body and your soul and your heart and your mind to heal themselves. And unfortunately, you can get so poisoned and so turned around and so disoriented that without any help or direction, it can be pretty much hopeless. And so, a lot of these modern programs, particularly in the field of addiction and recovery, talk about different, basically, approaches on purification and renewal and seeking a higher spirit or a higher power. So that's where some of that, you see some of these things kind of at play in our modern society. And so you may recognize some of these things. And this is actually where it's been taken from, what it's been borrowed from. And, there are even some Native American ceremonies that have kind of been woven into addiction and recovery type things, and as well as ecotourism things. I guess whatever, do you? I mean, for me, it's a very personal thing.
Yeah, I think it's personal for everybody.
Everyone has their own soul, and everyone has their own soul phone, and every soul phone has batteries that get depleted and need to be recharged.
Speaking of charging stuff up, look at these cloud formations here, right around Colorado. Looks like they just hit it with the juice in Colorado, and then you spin it out, and now you have tornadoes in Michigan and Iowa. What the fuck?
Well,
there's literally a fucking right angle right there. You can see straight line. Like,
here's the thing, there is, in fact, what is it called? The High Altitude Advanced Research Project, or HAARP, HARP, and there are other programs that are currently being worked, and funded for weather modification and geoengineering. You hear a lot of talk about the spraying of barium and other salts, dispersing them from aircraft in the form of chemical trails or chemtrails.
Was it the other stuff,
separate from the condensation trails or contrails? But when it comes to these crazy geometric weather, these crazy unprecedented geometric weather patterns we're seeing, and the disruption of the polar vortex and being manipulated like this in the 60-degree weather in mid-December.
Yeah.
This pattern has been rearing its head now for some 25, 30 years. The patterns and the imbalance and the disharmony in the weather patterns is getting worse. And, as much as I would like to give credit to just the stunning power and intellectual brilliance of the World Economic Forum and the Bilderberg Group to pull together all their money and resources to be able to cause EF5 tornadoes and derecho winds this December, I'm not going to go that far to say that because I really do think this is Mother Nature. I really, truly believe in my heart this is because this is again the prophecy. See, this is all prophecy that was told not just by Tashunkabuko, Crazy Horse, not just by uh, Tatanka Utake, Sitting Bull, not just by Xiugunsini, the chief dragon canoe, not just by Tenskwatawa, the prophet, the younger brother of Chief Tecumseh. All these prophets talked about this time when they'll, the winds will be windier, the rains will be rainier, the heat will be hotter, the cold will be colder. It will be absolute extremes, and Mother Nature will be angrier and angrier and angrier and more unpredictable, acting completely out of pattern, completely out of harmony. And it's, according to the prophecy, it is part of the purification process of displacing matriarchy. I mean, displacing patriarchy with matriarchy, of supplanting man's ego and completely humiliating mankind until nature once again reigns supreme over man instead of man doing everything he can with every dollar that he makes to maintain what he thinks is his dominance over nature.
I think I agree with probably about 95% of that, but I think the variable is all the stuff that we do and have been doing geoengineering for all these years that have exacerbated the traits that you're speaking of. That, and I think the fact is it's happening, so the prophecy could be just showing you that it's happening. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we fucked up and are in disharmony, certainly, but we've also been actively trying to fucking do some shit that we have no business bothering with. And
yeah, I think it's a combo.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's a combination of things, and I don't believe it's one or the other. I think it's both of them in tandem.
I think they
there's
saw
no
it coming, but
question.
it's just worse than, you know what I mean? It's just worse than we could imagine because we've contributed to make it worse, which made it come even more true. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I prefer to disambiguate from the term we because, in terms of the pollution, to the extent that it's measurably affected climate, I'm not going to take shared responsibility in the pollution of the U.S. military and the military industrial complex, which is the number one polluter worldwide every year.
Absolutely.
Secondly, I mean, even though the fact that I volunteered and I was in the Army, and you would say, why, if you were in the Army, how can you not accept responsibility for the pollution and everything? Because I was just a grunt. And it's not an issue of following orders. Year in, year out, I'm not going to take shared responsibility for the pollution and the poisoning of water systems and air that people breathe, and chemical toxic poisoning leaching out of all 850 plus U.S. military bases across the world.
Yeah.
And the unbelievable amount of direct pollution pumped into the air from jets and jet engines and jet fuel.
Yeah. So many things, so many factors.
When it comes to weather manipulation and the ability to cause tornadoes and derechos and earthquakes and stuff, I am not sold on the fact, I'm not sold on this belief that man now, thanks to their study of technology and science and pooling of financial resources, that they are now able to completely control the weather and that they now have complete control of Mother Nature. I do not think man has the upper hand. Now that's not to say that pollution and attempts to control the weather are not constantly attempted, and that the environment is not constantly polluted. I'm
Mhm.
just not of the mind to grant this overall omnipotence in my mind to these rich tyrants who, quite frankly, the more you look into their plans and the more you listen to their TED Talks and everything else, you quickly find out that they're really just grifters and bullshit artists. They're not fucking smart in the least. They're not smart people. They're just fucking greedy and evil. And I mean, they can tell me they've been trying to control the weather for 100 fucking years. I still don't believe that they're controlling the weather, that they can control volcanic eruptions, that they can control tsunamis, that, I mean, there comes a point in time when I guess it's a spiritual decision on my part to say that there is no power more powerful on earth than Mother Nature.
No, I think that's fundamental. That's absolutely 100% positive.
But I think they're messing with her.
But I think
oh yes,
you might be
agree. I hope
you might
can
be
make the
underestimating
spiritual
what they can do.
distinction that I was elaborating on that a little bit so that hopefully you can elicit the distinction I'm saying, because to me it's not an either or thing.
Right.
It's not either this or that. I'm saying that yes, we know they're spending money. We know about the HARP program. We know they desperately are trying to fuck with Mother Nature. And and I think in my heart of hearts, they would love nothing more than for all of us to believe that these B-movie Bond villains really have figured it all out and that they can just control the weather at the push of a button. All the more reason for us to fear them. And I'd like to think that their attempts to control the weather are a failure. Now, controlling the weather and negatively impacting the weather, to me,
two totally different things.
Are two totally different things.
Absolutely.
I believe Mother Nature controls Mother Nature. Mankind, regardless of who it may be, whether it's Raytheon, Boeing, or Klaus fucking Schwab, may want to control the weather all they want. And they may want half the world believing they can control the weather all they want. But I just don't ever see, they're never going to be able to control the weather.
I don't think it's a question of omnipotence. I think they absolutely are clever enough to, with fucking dumb luck and stupidity, do irreparable fucking shit to our fucking weather systems that can't, just fix themselves, because they've twisted it around for so long that unless they keep doing what they're doing, like that map was just like showing like an installed fucking high pressure system. There was a straight line, there was nothing there. And then all of a sudden on both sides, there's stuff happening. Like, it just seems like, if nothing else, they can speed up things to make them happen quicker. Maybe not control them at all, but certainly get them going.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I think is happening there.
There's clearly an intent to affect the weather.
Yeah.
There's clearly the byproduct of the pollutants effect on weather.
Yeah.
There's certainly very discernible irregular effects that we can see from the weather that are coming from new inputs, it would seem.
Yeah, it would seem that's what I think is like, that's
the
thing.
Again, I would compare it like to Mahikari no Waza or Reiki or the divine healing with the hands. It's not like when you're like with Lucky, like when you're healing, it's not like you are able to completely control the healing and the energy itself. You're you're able to steer it or nudge it,
You're like a
or
conduit.
direct it or affect it. Kind of like the same way a fireman would use a fire hose once he's connected to the fire hydrant.
Right.
And he opens the valve. You know, he can point the hose and steer the hose, but he's not the water.
Oh, catch on. What a pretty cat.
So this is the thing. Mother Nature is Mother Nature, not Father Nature.
Mm-hmm.
Man wants to control Mother Nature. Well, that's like trying to control cats. Ask any man how it goes controlling a woman.
Right. Try to wrangle some cats.
You may think you're in control, good sir. But there are strange women that have never met you, and there are strange women that have only met her maybe once or twice in their life and never will meet again, yet they've shared things in the women's bathroom that you still don't know.
That is a valid point.
You're such a handsome kitten.
Lucky knows.
I know. I see. For years, I just thought you just used the woman's
You ever
bathroom.
seen a couch in a men's bathroom? No.
No. I can remember fucking women's bathroom that literally there was only one toilet, and the door was not on the thing, so like girls would have to stand in front of the thing so the other girl could go pee. And I was pretty sure that was just for doing lines of coke off the sink.
Why do cats always stick their freaking ass in your face?
Oh
my God, don't fall! Jesus. What are you doing, dude?
Kitty. Yona's hacking up a lung. Kitty's falling all over the place.
You see, Mother Nature's getting this party started. And here's the thing about it.
Hey, why
Mother Nature will fuck with them too.
Yeah.
Case in point, they're going to be like, ha, 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 ha. We pushed this button. We wanted wind. We wanted more wind. We pushed the more wind button. We got even more wind.
Now we got
right.
F7 tornado.
We got it figured out. Now we want more rain to hit this spot. And they're going to push the rain button. And instead, it's just, there ain't going to be no rain. And then they're going to push the button for wind, and the wind. Look. Mother Nature will fool you and let you think that you're in control. Sure, okay, honey, whatever. You'll never see it coming. Ask John Wayne Bobbitt. Snip, snip, motherfucker. Like VS said, Adams said, Mother Nature's a dragon. Keep poking. See what happens. See what happens.
Groot said secrets, and Everett the cat appears.
That's right.
Everett was in a past life with me, but he was not a small cat. He was huge, like, bigger than modern day tigers.
Everett reminds me of Wallasey and Wallasey. It's a place up on the mountain. In fact, there's like a campground, gazebo, bathroom station there on the Appalachian Trail, the AT, called Wallasey, named after Wallasey. Wallasey is the great, giant, magnificent mountain frog. All bow to the mountain frog. Wallasey. Just a great mountain frog spirit.
We have a frog bridge in Willimantic.
Yeah, I think with purification, this is kind of the end of the whole historical section, and now we're going to move on to the storytelling. That's where the future holds for us, as we've reached the conclusion of the purification crash course, purification for dummies.
And another thing that I noticed is that, the way that they build houses, it's the worst way that they could possibly build a home. If they built a home that was more like a dome, like the Earth, we wouldn't have so many structural issues, because that's how the Earth is. You know what I mean? Like, it goes over the hills for a reason. Like, the people that build the homes that are like underground or earthship homes, they are able to withstand so much more than the regular homes, but yet people keep building these square homes.
Well, it was stunning to me traveling through the most rural, poorest parts of Ecuador and Mexico and Guatemala, bumfuck Egypt. The roads are like dirt and gravel and potholes. And yet, every single building, house, store, market is made with concrete, heavily reinforced concrete roofs, brick and concrete walls, even to the poorest little towns and hamlets. Concrete and brick everywhere, rebar out the ass. And again, bumfuck Guatemala, bumfuck Ecuador, bumfuck Mexico, Chiapas, San Cristobal de las Casas, Corzo de Chiapas, Cuenca, Gualaceo, Ollantaytambo. I mean, all across. And you come back to the United States, you come back to West Virginia, and it's trailer homes or double wides or single wides, or even, the Dollar General stores, are just like, everything in the United States is made with the absolute cheapest materials as fast as humanly possible. And it's the same way with our highways and our bridges and our infrastructure. The construction contracts are awarded to the lowest bidder, whoever will get it done the fastest, And we talked about the Brooklyn Bridge in an earlier episode, when Augustus Roebling and later his son, Washington Roebling, and later his daughter-in-law, Emily Roebling, oversaw the completion of the Brooklyn Bridge in 1881, 1883. A long time ago. They took such a long vision and a long route to get that bridge built from Long Island to Manhattan. But when they built that bridge, it did not go to the lowest bidder. And they didn't build it as fast and as cheap as possible. They built it to last forever, and it's still in use to this day, is it not? Ironically, it's the oldest bridge in New York, and it will outlast. I mean, the Brooklyn Bridge will outlast the Throgs Neck. It'll outlast the Eisenhower. It'll outlast all of the Verrazano. You name it. It's going to outlast every one of those bridges. I mean, the GW is already on its third or fourth complete rebuild. That's the George Washington Bridge, which
now they scare me now.
95. And they just keep rebuilding it, having to keep rebuilding, keep recasing the wires. It's just about on its last legs. I mean, the Tappan Zee Bridge was. I'm surprised they got it replaced before it completely fell in the fucking water.
And those are big. Like, those aren't just little bridges, guys. If you haven't been across these bridges, they are freaking huge. I used to have nightmares about it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
No, I think it was the one in on the way down to Virginia, I want to say. I don't remember, but I used to have nightmares about it going
the
up.
Bay Bridge Tunnel?
Oh, I've been in there many a times too.
From Delmarva down into Virginia Beach there.
Yeah.
Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel.
Leo,
That's wicked cool. You're on a bridge, then in a tunnel. Back on a bridge. Back in a tunnel again. Back on a
It's
bridge
so
again.
weird to me that it doesn't like flood. Or at least never anytime I was in it. But. Like, how do they build these freaking tunnels? Like, it's so crazy to me, like, that they can build them underwater like that.
It's so cool that we ended up at Virginia Beach in the conversation, because that takes me right back to
I lived there.
Dr. John Potts, Potts, Dr. John Potts, MD, Oxford University, class of 1605. He came across on the Godspeed with John Smith and John Rolfe of the Virginia Company, and they landed up the James River and founded the Jamestown Colony. And they ended up abducting Matoaka, daughter of Wehunsanaka, better known as Pocahontas of the Powhatan tribe. And finally, in 1623, the Powhatan Confederacy rose up against the Jamestown colonists and massacred them to the point that the entire colony was in danger of being wiped out. So they sued for peace. They invited all the Powhatans to a peace council. And it was at the end of the summer in 1623. And so Dr. John Potts prepared a special punch to serve to the Powhatan peace delegates.
Yeah.
To toast to their health. And it was highly lethal. It killed over 200 of Pocahontas' closest blood relatives.
I remember that shit.
Toasting to their health. So, that's literally the very first act of administering medicine to our people by the very first university-trained Western physician, doctor, whatever, the very first chance they had to give us medicine. And they used all their science and knowledge to try to kill us better.
So is their very first action to give you medicine, give your people medicine?
The very first time they gave us a medicine tea.
Active fucking genocide.
Peace, it was an act of genocide that killed every man that drank it.
Unbelievable. Wow, Kate, that must be cool. You can see 3 bridges from your house. Yeah.
Wow. What bridges are those? What is she in Montreal?
I'm not sure. I'm thinking.
Well, that could be Vancouver too. Vancouver's
left coast of Canada.
Oh, that'd be Vancouver. Ooh, they got the Sky Trade.
They got such cool shit there, dude. They got volcanoes.
They got all kinds of.
They got volcanoes sticking out of the ocean.
What's it called? Mass transit? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you call that thing? What do you call that thing we don't have anywhere in America? I mean, mass transit, right? Like they have that Eurail in Europe, you can go.
That's really cool. Right, close to here. There's still, within about an hour and a half drive, there's still about 5 or 6 wooden covered bridges that are still left over here in Kentucky that are like.
We have some here.
Yeah, there's a few around.
God. I mean, you're talking like 150, 200 years old at least. I mean, well, you guys have them in Connecticut too, right?
Yeah, we have a couple in Rhode Island and Massachusetts as well. Out where Charlie Brown lives there. I'm sure there's some.
Well, you always know it's the real thing when you look on either side of the covered bridge, and like the bridge is all stone piers and stone abutment works, and
been there forever.
Yeah.
Here we go. Look at this guy.
Look at this guy. Ooh.
Wow.
That is that's like one of my favorite bridges right there.
That looks like Washington State right there.
It is. Yeah.
I recognize that. That's on the Pacific Coast Highway. That's a very famous engineer who worked for the Oregon State Highway Department. So that's in Oregon somewhere.
It's one of my favorite places. My grandma's ashes are spread.
I want to say,
it's Deception Pass.
Is that Oregon?
Washington.
or Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
That's Washington
Yeah, it's
State.
a crazy bridge.
So
And
is that like one of the fingers that it's going around Puget? Or is it right on the Pacific coastline itself? That looks like one of those things connecting up all the islands that ring Puget Island,
Yeah.
like in Puget Sound.
yeah, this is close to the Canadian border. And this is this bridge is insane. I've been on there.
Oh, is that going over to the San Juan Islands?
I think that's where it goes.
I bet that's one of the bridges to the San Juans.
It's fucking gorgeous.
It's really dangerous to go through
Really
there, through the
tall.
pass. I know that.
Wow.
I've been I have pictures that are almost identical to these right here. I'll have to pull them up.
Of course, one of the single most famous bridges in all of human history.
I have a picture just like that.
Tacoma Narrows.
Yeah.
And it was called Galloping Gertie, the first suspension bridge built at Tacoma Narrows.
It's a great
It was not
film.
designed for the wind load bearing, and it literally ripped itself to pieces.
Yeah. I remember seeing the films of that. That's like there's stunning film of
people tried to walk across it and drive across it. But it's just
how's that for a sunset?
Yeah.
Wow.
Beauty. Okay, let's go there.
I've been there. My grandma's ashes are spread around the bend over there.
I just
and
want
if you find a totem pole under that bridge, it's a real freaking totem pole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You have to believe that.
Yeah, I'll have to I will have to pull up that
is just like
the pictures I have of it and everything because I have some really amazing ones that I took myself. We hiked back into Deception Pass
I have some relatives that can do shit with an old piece of stump wood or a log or anything and a chainsaw and like turn it into just the most amazing looking freaking totem poles you've ever seen. It's pretty amazing. And others that use the old cutting instruments, stone knives and wood knives. It's pretty cool. It's one of the old trades, which at the Western Res in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, and at the Qualla boundary there in Cherokee, North Carolina, by the Smoky Mountains National Park, we at both the Eastern and Western Res, we have traditional villages.
Oh, wow, look
where people can, where tourists can come and see, what a ceremonial ground and what a Cherokee village looked like from, like 1750 period.
That's rad.
Wow.
Where you've got traditional Cherokee still practicing traditional sewing with bone needles, making everything.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I learned how to make a lot of the hand tools and everything like that. Because it's important to know how to do those things. How to make a knife and how to make everything else if anything like that you need. So I've been out on this is the picture here is actually it looks like it's being built there. I been out on the bridge. And let me tell you, it's pretty freaking scary. I'm like halfway out in the first part of it, and like you can feel the whole thing, like, moving under your feet. And it's like, oh shit, I don't want to be like, it's like.
There's a bridge I've walked across down near a town called Wilmore, Kentucky, that goes across the Kentucky River Gorge. And in fact, ironically enough, the first railroad bridge that was ever built there was built by none other than the designer of the Brooklyn Bridge. Once again, Augustus Roebling, tying it back. See if you can't pull up High Bridge, Kentucky. I want to say it's like...
That's pretty amazing Your view must be outstanding, Kate.
600 feet, 500 feet.
Mm.
I don't know. It's about 450, 500 foot over top the river. It's like it's like the Grand Canyon of Kentucky, and
Beauty.
that part of the river is known as the Palisades because the banks of the river on both sides are like straight vertical limestone cliffs, and then the highlands that come up to either side of the canyon that the Kentucky River, which runs through, which has locks and dams. It's a navigable river. There it is.
Yeah, I've seen that bridge before.
And like the high bridge there, it's got like two levels. There's like the upper deck that the trains go across, but then there's like the lower deck to the truss work that goes all the way across.
Wow.
And so, you know, there's like fencing and barbed wire and stuff to keep you from
Fucking
the.
up
Now
there.
there you can see the original. See the picture there with the stone tower. That was a railroad suspension bridge. The first crossing was built by Augustus Roebling
Wow.
because that was the Cincinnati Atlanta Railroad. And
Right.
then, you know, he built that, and then he built the bridge at Cincinnati for vehicle traffic, which is still there to this day. And then he built the Brooklyn Bridge. But yeah, I'll walk across there's the picture right there.
Yeah.
I walked across the lower part of the truss across there, and from there down to the river is about 450, 500 feet.
Damn.
And these pictures you're seeing here, the river's actually flooding because the stone piers are almost as tall as the steel piers.
Shit.
That's what the river with like about an 80-foot flood. But I mean, you can
That's
tell where the
amazing.
water's like.
Oh, this one looks like it might be like
Wild.
a good view of the double.
Now that is a different high bridge. That's somewhere else. But I don't know of any other railroad bridge that's higher than that. There is a new railroad bridge that's being constructed in Kashmir by the Indian Railways over the River Chenab there. It's going to be like 1,500 feet over the river. It'll be the highest bridge that's ever been built across a river for railroad traffic. Another bridge I walked across that was scary, which actually got hit by a tornado.
Wow.
And the tornado ripped and twisted half of it to the ground. And they just left it like that.
Damn.
Is this that bridge? Is that being built there?
Yeah, that's the high bridge being built. But the other bridge I'm talking about is called the Kinzua Viaduct, and it's up near the New York state line, just outside of Bradford, Pennsylvania. Kinzua is spelled Kinzua, and it was like a 600-foot tall trestle or something like that. But like I said, there was I want to say it was an F3 tornado that was on the ground that crossed the steel railroad viaduct.
Wow.
And fucked it up. Well, then History Channel or some channel had a story about the Kinzua Viaduct after the tornado hit. Yeah, there it is. See how part of it's gone?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Well, like it's still there.
Just gone.
The rest of the trestle is still there. Like you'll see some pictures that can show you the rest of the trestle's there. The tornado came through and just ripped it and twisted it and mangled it and ripped it to the ground. And they just left it like that. Yeah. That's an EF3 tornado that said, fuck your trestle. So anyways, this TV show about the Kinzua Viaduct is talking about how there were weaknesses in the steel and it collapsed. And then at the end, it's like, oh, by the way, it collapsed when it was hit by an EF3 tornado. And then you have to like all these comments about like, you know, they should have built it stronger and everything. And I'm like, built it stronger. It was hit. It suffered a direct hit of like an F3 or F4 tornado. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like Mother Nature will always take it back, even if we become extinct humans. That Mother Nature is going to have this back. Like, look at
Isn't
that.
that crazy? That's nuts to me.
That's
The only other
power.
story I can think of, if I don't even know if you'd be able to find a picture of it, but the Brandenburg Corridon Bridge over the Ohio River, the Brandenburg Bridge, in the last terrible, that's a Brandenburg, Brandenburg Bridge, Kentucky, 1974.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
Because there was a terrible tornado outbreak. I want to say it was in April of 1974. And, prior to what happened the other night, it was the worst outbreak of tornadoes to ever hit the state of Kentucky. Some would argue it still was the worst.
Now, what year?
In 1974, one of these tornadoes was on the ground, F4, F5 strength.
Oh, here we go.
And it grabbed the original Brandenburg Bridge of the Ohio River, lifted it up into the air off of the piers, spun it 180 degrees so that the Indiana end of the bridge was on the Kentucky side.
Wow.
And the Kentucky end of the bridge was on the Indiana side. And then rotated it completely upside down and then set it right back down and threaded it through the piers, completely blocking the river.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
It lifted the entire bridge, which is like a mile and a half long, spun it 100 degrees, flipped it upside down, and stuck it back down on the thing. And again, you could say, well, maybe they had a technology to make it do it back then. No, I just think sometimes Mother Nature's like, you really want to fuck with me? Let me show you what I can do. I'll let you think you're controlling me, mankind, but I got something for you.
Here's one of your covered bridges.
That is the one on Colville Pike. That's in Fleming County. Flemingsburg, outside of Flemingsburg. That one is up, I think, in Indiana. Maybe Park County. They have
look at these pictures from the.
They got like 13 covered bridges in one county there.
Man.
Park County, Indiana, near Vincennes on the Wabash River Valley.
Just total destruction. It's amazing to me that they have so much footage from 1974 too, especially like aerial views like this.
Yeah.
It's just so like impressive that they actually have it. Because I mean, look at holy shit.
Speaking of which, I wonder whatever happened to the Corvette plant in Bowling Green. Last we heard, there was multiple fires. It goes without saying, the Corvette plant's the largest employer in Bowling Green. Bowling Green Corvette plant. I don't know what happened. Did I tell you what happened at the, they have a Corvette museum.
Are you serious? Look at.
They have a Corvette museum.
Yeah, did you see what I pulled up?
And turns out they built the Corvette museum building on top of a sinkhole that they weren't aware of at the time. And then one night, while the security cameras were running, the sinkhole just opened up inside of the museum building itself, and a bunch of vintage Corvettes all of a sudden got swallowed into a huge fucking cave system. And it took it took quite some time to get in there with cranes and pull out the pieces of concrete from the building and then rescue the Corvettes and stuff that had fallen down in the sinkhole because it was like 300 foot deep and 500 feet wide. And then, of course, when they went down in the sinkhole that had opened up, it's connected to all the other caves all across Bowling Green. Bowling Green, in fact, the main part of the city is drained by Lost River, and it's called Lost River because it just goes underground, and its last 3 miles through downtown Bowling Green, it's all underground. You can, the entrance to the Lost River Cave is like right beside US Route 31W, the main 4-lane drag right through the middle of Bowling Green. It's really strange because you just you see like this little wooded park area beside the 4-lane stuck between McDonald's and Walmarts and shit, and it just kind of looks like a little ravine. And you pull over there and you can park, and sure as shit, there's a river right there, and it goes right underneath the highway into a fucking stone cave.
Hey, look, there
and
you go.
Get on a boat, and on the boats you can tour Bowling Green underneath on boats on the river that goes through the caves underneath the city.
Oh,
because that's Mammoth Cave. It's all cave. Yeah, there it is. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's insane. Whoa.
Because that's all cave land down there. It's all caves. Wow. I wonder what downtown Bowling Green ended up looking like. Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Oh my God.
And like when they pulled all that rubble out, that rubble's like filling half the hole. Because when they got all the rubble out, then it's like all this stone, and it like goes down into a point. And there was like 3 different cave passages that cut off from it. It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
I mean, there's over, what is it like? There's over 25,000 miles of mapped cave in and around Bowling Green, including Mammoth Cave. The Mammoth Cave system alone has over 700 miles of cave. The second longest mapped cave system in one system is like not even half that, not even 300 miles, I think. Mammoth Cave is just
holy shit.
Beyond. It's just unbelievable. That's Lost River Cave. That's the one right there in the middle of Bowling Green where you ride on the boat. Yeah.
Can I go kayak in there?
Yeah.
I like to kayak.
Isn't that wild?
This is like just.
It's right there in the middle of town.
I mean, is it natural or?
Yeah, it's all natural. See, the entire area around Bowling Green and Mammoth Cave is all limestone. And so, because it's limestone, it's a karst type geologic formation, which means you've just got thousands upon thousands of miles of limestone cave passage all throughout Kentucky.
Holy
and
shit.
Parts of Tennessee. That's why we're called the Cherokee.
Look at that.
That's where we get our name Chulaki or Chulaki, caveman, cave people. We didn't need to build teepees above ground when we've got tens of thousands of miles of cave passage. So there you go.
Wow, that's amazing. Oh, look, here's an old picture. Let's see. Is it all white people? Really?
Originally, all the cave guides in Mammoth Cave were black. Up until...
Oh, you can even get married there.
Up until the 1940s, 1950s. Lost River Cave is right in the middle of Bowling Green, and it's granted, in and around Mammoth Cave and Bowling Green Cave Land area, Cave City, Horse Cave, there's a lot of different privately owned caves. Some are better than others. Some are more touristy, trappy, but
They made it a freaking thing. They made the Corvette thing, the sinkhole. They made it a fucking
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. They put stairs and everything down to it so you can go down and all the way down to the fork of the passages and stuff.
Yeah,
Wow.
like go in the sinkhole.
Yeah, because it's part of the cave system. That's part of the Bowling Green cave system.
Yeah, but it's
Is that the
Corvette.
same place that where they do they have like national musical acts and stuff playing down there, like Del McCurry and Keller Williams and Widespread Panic
Yeah,
and all these
there's
different bands? I know there's. I don't know if it's Mammoth Cave. I can't remember the name of the fucking place, but I know there's.
Horse Cave.
I'm not
There's
sure.
Horse Cave and Cave City and Park City. There's several different jamborees that are down there. You got Lincoln Jamboree. I think Horse Cave has a jamboree. It's probably what one you're thinking of.
I'm not absolutely sure which state it is that I'm talking about, because it's like a well-known place. Like it's part of the circuit now for, you know what I mean, for bands to play.
Oh, you're talking about that cave down in Tennessee.
Tennessee, that's what it was. Yes,
where they have concerts in the cave.
yeah, it's
Like
badass.
bluegrass and other stuff. It's just
Yes.
outside of Chattanooga.
Yes.
What you're talking about. Yeah.
Not crazy far from you.
No. Again, right in the heart of Cherokee country.
Yeah.
I mean, hello, a Chattanooga, or you would say Chattanooga.
Chattanooga.
Oh my
Chattanooga,
God.
a Chattahoochee. I mean, you know, the Indian words they kind of stick out once you're keen to.
Yeah, I'm like more looking for them now, like all the time. Like what else is that?
Rhode Island
Mhm.
sounds English. New York, sounds English. Massachusetts,
Yeah.
Connecticut. What the fuck is that?
Right? Mohican,
Pequot,
something?
Mohegan.
You know, podunk. That
Narragansett.
comes from the Pequot language.
What does?
Podunk.
Podunk?
Like you ever heard of that guy's from Podunk, Nowheresville.
Yeah.
Like Podunk High, like Podunk. Podunk.
Yes. Mhm.
That comes from the Pequot language.
Huh.
Means wasteland.
Yeah.
Did the thing
That's
die?
what I thought. It
What
was
happened?
kind of like
You
one
gotta
of
jump
those.
back in.
Wasteland.
No, I'm good. I have to go chill out. It's 2:00 and I'm gonna have to wake up and bring the child to wherever she's going.
Yeah, that is true. The most powerful totem on the totem pole
That's
is
right.
the base of the totem pole. Everything else rests upon its shoulders. But yeah, normally when you hear people appropriate totem pole into their lexicon, they're like, well, you really want to be higher on the totem pole. And it's like, well, actually, if you knew how totem poles work,
Actually, the bottom is the best part.
the higher you are on the totem pole, the tinier of a turd you are.
That's why there's always like a duck
little
or something.
deer turds, like ball bearings, brown ball bearings.
That's why there's always like bunnies and little critters on the way up at the top, you know.
And
The
maybe a
bunnies
mouse
are
bounced
are
off the
good.
very top.
Choosy said that Peaches would like the bridges around there because the birds all hang out there.
Right. The
Good night, gamer. If you're still in here, I'm sorry. I'm probably running behind. Hi,
So I'm
Oz.
curious about, with the issue of the bridges there in Vancouver, because I saw some video of the Sequally River. I think that's what it's called. And the damage to the Trans-Canada Highway, because they had, what do they call it? Vapor River or Ocean River or something. I mean, there's just unbelievable. It was like 10 inches of rain in 10 hours in some places.
Crazy amount of rain.
And I was just like, I mean, I saw the washouts of railroads and washouts of interstate, 4-lane freeways. They're coming in and out of Vancouver. I was just stunning. It's going to take them months, maybe years, to fix most of them highways through there. All right.
Whistles.
Every time I think of Australia, I think of
Oh, poor Kate.
LS. Is it LSG's? Local service governing areas.
My head just hit the keyboard. I guess that means I have to go to sleep now.
Yeah, did
It's
you see
a clue.
This right here.
Here's your sign.
But
Thanks for
I think
hanging out
about
with us,
what they
Kate.
did in Australia with like restricting people's movements, not allowing them to leave their local LGA or something, local governing area, or
Local
Yes,
governing authority.
Oz is in Australia.
There was some term they have for it in Australia. Like it would basically be the effect of telling us to stay within your voting precinct or something.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
you're not
you
even
remember that,
allowed to
Oz?
leave your neighborhood within your own county, much less cross the county line, much less cross the state line. Forget about it, Kyle Rittenhouse. Ain't no going to be crossing those state lines. There's going to be
Listen.
roadblocks
And then if you
everywhere.
do, you got to go stay at the little bungalow out there in the bush.
We're in like one of the smallest states.
Whether you test positive or not is crazy.
But I mean, could you imagine if they go, or perhaps when, if or when, I guess I should say, if or when restrictions are placed upon Americans being able to cross a state line, how many semi trucks
Let me find it.
traveling from Boston to DC have to cross, Rhode Island and Connecticut and New York State and New Jersey,
I thought this was the United States, guys.
Is it?
Right.
I didn't know it was like different, places. Why is that? Why is that such a thing? Why is it's like, oh, crossing state lines, it becomes a federal crime.
Yeah, it's
because imaginary lines on maps,
There's not much, so
that people want to, make sure you don't cross.
I don't really get it, but
I think it's a thing about control.
And then you get into the whole issue of these arbitrary state lines and how they were drawn up, On the one hand, you got Thomas Jefferson's dad, Peter Jefferson, with Joshua Fry, the Jefferson Fry line, where they surveyed from the Dismal Swamp there just outside of Virginia Beach, Virginia, and they surveyed the line to separate the Carolinas from Virginia, and they ran it as far as the Kanawha River. And then you had what was his name? Nicholas Mason and Jeremiah Dixon.
He's playing that band Traffic.
Yeah, Nicholas Mason and Jeremiah Dixon surveyed the boundary between Maryland and Pennsylvania. Hence, it is known as the Mason and Dixon line.
Mm-hmm. And notice that's where the traffic builds up. Mm-hmm. No, Nick Mason, he was in the Pink Floyd. What am I talking about? Dave Mason.
So Oz was saying, do you think, he said the USA is such a beautiful place. Do you think the sacred will eventually win there?
Oh, I know
I
we win.
So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Most definitely. If this is any kind of inclination, any sort of indication of, people thinking along the same lines and wanting that sacred thing to be brought back to the forefront, I think this is a good clue right here. Like, we can keep building this and keep building it, and make that our intent. And it has
Manchester, Tennessee. That's real close to our reservation in the Smokies there. Get close. And of course, all of Tennessee is old. Well, practically all of Tennessee is old. The heart of the Cherokee Nation.
or whatever.
After all, the word Tennessee is the Cherokee word. That's from Tennessee. Tennessee became Tennessee.
It's Bonnaroo Festival.
Groot,
Groot.
have you been stalking Gamer? You know what time he goes to bed?
I've been there. to the Bonnaroos. I haven't been to Burning Man though. I would like to go to Burning Man. I think that would be fun. I mean, potentially. I'm not like a giant EDM freak or anything, but there's so many things to do there. So many different sort of.
I remember the other day.
I've had some good EDM shows.
I was hanging out with you guys, and I made up a song. The ode to Leo. Yeah.
Nice.
Leo, come on, come here.
Yep, Yona's gonna play the Leo song. Because don't we all love Leo? We do.
Leo.
And Leo loves all of us too.
Collectively and individually.
The feelings are mutual, Steven.
There's that
Ditto.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, started off with that Floyd vibe, though.
Is that music for you?
I think he likes the logo.
I love that ending.
That's awesome. I think Leo really dug the low notes when you would kind of nail the low notes in the every time you go to that one. It was whoa.
Yeah, he was actually
Turned his
looking
head.
at the computer. I got to show you his T-shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Look at this little guy.
All right.
Freaking.
His collar is a
God
Grateful
damn,
Dead
here
collar,
it is.
and he has a Grateful Dead leash too.
He's kind of a heady daddy dog.
He is. I was told once that he smells like peace, love, and patchouli.
You know, I can say one thing for certain. Every single wild native of Chihuahua, home of the Chihuahua breed of dog. I'm talking about the Indian tribe, the Chihuahua people, the Chihuahua nation, right? Every one of those Chihuahuans, along with their cute little dogs, they knew all about the marijuana.
Yeah.
Long before any European got smoked out by Montezuma.
Maybe that's why he always has to smell it.
Can you imagine burning that land race, that pure fucking land race from down by the equator that had been growing there for millennia before anybody even fucking knew about it? Just the people in the tribe, and that was it. I can't imagine having genetics that pure. Like, it would be fucking astounding by today's standards.
Aztec jade.
Yeah, dude.
Wasn't available in a THC card, folks. You had to pack the pipe.
Oh, Mariana, that's awesome. She said that she has a Buddhist bracelet like Leo's his necklace.
Now get this.
This
Cute.
is the same beads. The wooden ones here are the same as mine. Oh, you want to put it on? See that, guys?
I keep finding
He
trash
puts it on himself.
when I take my walks and I've got the kids out, and I keep finding trash. And today I found this thrown on the ground. And I was like, you know what? I need a piece to a new pipe I'm making out of antler bone.
Nice.
And so
Oh,
I'm just going to steal it from this little thing here. If you can see what that is.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great.
See, it all
Repurpose.
disassembles and everything. I've just got it screwed back together. But again, you know, it's just thrown away. It's discarded on the side of the road. And so I'm like, well, I can use that on that bone pipe, and I can use this. It's actually a metal tube. So
Fuck yeah.
all this is going to get busted apart and reused.
That's pretty great, though. Finding pieces. I love
Modern
finding
Native
pieces.
American crafts. We forage, we scrounge, we scavenge.
Oh, speaking of like cool
Cycle,
fittings,
repurpose, reuse, my friend.
skinny,
Always.
skinny, skinny things with metal fittings. That's Oz's specialty. Have you checked out his pipe, his fucking flutes that he makes? Oh my goodness, dude!
Oh my God.
Like,
Has he ever made a Cherokee drone flute?
I don't know, but
He's in the chat.
He literally makes some serious fucking flutes, man. Like,
I know he knows what a
world-class
drone
shit.
flute is. No flautist would be a true flautist without
they're like
the
they're
drone
like penny
range.
whistles, right? That's what you call them.
Yeah.
They're like penny whistles. They're just like tiny flutes.
No, drone flute is a flute with two chambers.
So no, I've seen those ones where they
so that like there'll be one
two
note
separate
that
things.
can play, and like it's like two separate flutes that are just joined at the mouthpiece.
Yes.
Basically.
Yep. I remember. I don't know if we watched that with you, but I believe we watched a video demonstrating that flute. Or
Well,
I
here's
seen one
another
recently.
example. You see, you might recognize these kind of bottles here, right? That's a repurposed Starbucks bottle,
Yeah.
and I normally get about 3 or 4 months use out of each glass bottle.
Nice. It's handy.
I don't do plastic. Sorry. Plastic is a deal breaker, Lucky.
I know my Nalgene bottles are plastic, and I'm like, I know they don't have all the freaking crap in them, but I'm like, I'm gonna replace them.
I either drink my coffee drink or my tea drink or my medicine drink all out of glass. Make it all myself. I mean, some things you just can't trust to Coca-Cola.
No way.
And I'm kind of allergic to high fructose corn syrup too. I think it tastes like shit.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and once
Tastes
you
like
eat
fat
like
plastic.
once you eat like stuff that's not like that, like, oh my God, you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like that doesn't taste good anymore. So I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I want to show
Yeah, you gotta listen. Check this out, Yona. Like a little check out a little bit of this. It's fucking astounding. You'd be like,
Is
God
it-
damn.
Okay, there. it
That
goes.
is so cool.
Yeah, look at how beautiful those are.
Yeah, I think you're going past the
I know, but
There you
I'm
go.
gonna go back up.
I
I
should
got it.
totally make this into a penny whistle.
you could get
But
some
they're not
pointers
penny
from Oz, I'm
whistles.
telling you. Yeah, that one right there. Listen to what this guy plays. It's
Oh, wait, I
fucking
don't have the
amazing.
Hang on, I don't have the volume.
Oh, you
on.
gotta share it. Share
No,
it.
I know that's not what I need to do. I need to
You
put
gotta
the
click
volume on.
volume.
That's what I
I did
said.
earlier on, so let's get it.
Oh, there we go.
thing is friggin' sweet.
I don't know. That's amazing. This is just...
Oh. Hey, that thing just lit up.
Yeah,
Does it
dude.
still work?
This whistle is
Uh-oh.
incredibly clear.
It just lit up.
It's
Nice.
so easy to blow.
Probably just was a dead battery. I think his vape works.
I mean, it does everything like in Fred Road.
Oh, God damn.
And maybe even with a busman. So that is easy to do on the roads, but
I still played a full octave in this penny whistle. Wow. Maybe I shouldn't take it apart just yet.
I said give it a minute.
It's getting reused.
Yeah, well, that is a fantastic whistle. There is no doubt about it. This one, however, has got everything that the Abel's got. And more.
Fucking unreal.
Quite frankly, I'm astonished with this. I believe that Mitch...
The clarity of those notes when he gets in the high registers is like, wow.
A year or two.
Really startlingly clear.
I'm completely overwhelmed with this. This is just wonderful.
And I know my high-end hearing is sucky, but shit.
I would be... I got to give a shout out to one of my closest friends, my soul brother, Gun. Hey, I mean, he's a Cherokee national treasure. Gun. Hey, Wildcat. Tommy Wildcat is his name. There's a bunch of videos of him.
Yeah, well,
See if you can't find that video, Lucky. I think it's called Drone Flute in the Forest.
How much is it? Well, I believe it's 250 of your Australian dollars.
Wow.
I think I'd happily pay 250 of our English pounds.
Let me see if I can't find it. I might be able to shoot
for a
you.
whistle like this. This is just brilliant.
Drone Flute.
We've just been playing this Oz whistle. I wanted to revisit. So,
Okay, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys next time.
There it is.
Thank you.
Cedar Drone Flute in the Forest from the channel Nixiom. Nixxiom.
Nexium. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks,
Flute
Yona.
in the Forest. Much love, my friend. Kanogi Stiha Dota Gohan.
Much love, everybody.
Kanogi Stiha. Let's see. Yeah, that flute's some pretty wild stuff. Drone flute. Wow. Just can't believe where we're at this point. It's really something. Oh, and 2022 is right around the corner, ain't it, Lucky?
Oh my gosh.
There it is. Cedar drone flute in the forest. This is the Cherokee style flute with the drone. It's really something. I'm sure Oz Whistles is all over that. No knows about all that stuff. It's pretty wild sounding.
I'm waiting for it to. Come on, buddy, you're gonna do anything here. Okay, why does it not want to load?
How about some of this song? Musical interlude. That's an old song there. I wrote that when I was in California back in 1993. Ancient history.
Let me see if it will work now. I don't know what its problem is. Is that playing on screen?
I heard the noise. I don't see the video, but it's all about the noise anyways.
Let me find out how. Oh my gosh, why are these things not? All right, I'm just going to play it then, yeah.
See, right now he's just playing on the harmony side of the flute, and all of a sudden he's going to move his lips over to the middle where that drum kicks in. You'll notice the difference. It's, yeah. This goes out to Oz Whistles.
All right, hang on. Let me fix this. I think I can do that.
Drone time. Young si Danela Nida the Janginele ni na Kano Gistiha na Adas Gifi Ali Gis Otherwise it is.
That was beautiful.
There it is. That was
That
that going out to my man Oz Whistles there. Going to hit you with the tom and both of them. There it is. Full turkey power.
Oz is letting me know that it's not really like a business that he's always doing right now and all that. But Oz, it just showcases the beauty and shows the appreciation of what you did do. And the treasure that you have given to the world with them. I mean, Jesus, it's just amazing.
Man, let's give it a gust. Yeah, I mean that's what it really is. You know what you got going on with that drone is, you know, they're only tuned out to the fourth to the fifth. So that's that. I mean that's drone. That's it. You know, you always got that. Native American music theory with the Yona. Hey, it's arts and music too, folks. It's part of the fearlessly authentic experience. It's art, it's music, it's history, it's medicine, it's spirituality.
Yeah, we have like just everything here. We cover it all. It's a place for
All
like,
bases covered.
organic freaking conversation and where it goes, and you know, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. And Oz, we are sending out our love to you. I know that you have been, you know, back and forth and everything, and we love you. And please know that we absolutely love you, and we are here. And welcome, love and light. We're about like wrapping it up tonight, but I hope you will subscribe and definitely come back. We have a really, really amazing family here.
Last but not least, again, I have to recommend to my friend Oz Whistles there, a good personal friend of mine, Tommy Wildcat Guy, as we could say, and shall I go on a history? Wildcat. He's again, he's a national treasure of the Cherokee Nation when it comes to flute playing. He is the flute man. Tommy Wildcat. So they're Western band, Doggy, Oklahoma, Tahlequah, Oklahoma. He's got a bunch of stuff on YouTube. He's sold albums. I know he's helped with like a lot of times when West Duty's in a movie, he'll bring Tommy on to help with flute music. West Duty is Cherokee national, and he's a real famous Hollywood actor. Probably every other Indian you can ever think of from a movie role is probably West Duty, which he uses his real name, you know, West Duty or West Duty, which in Cherokee means cat door. You know, like you have a big door and you don't want, you know, and the cat wants in and out all the time. So you don't have to open the door all the time. So you just cut out a little hole and put a flap in it, like a cat door, so the cat can go in and out. West Duty.
You know what's funny? When Everett wants out of the bedroom, you know how he gets out? He goes and he jumps on Steve. He'll just like jump across and onto him. Like,
You
he doesn't bother me.
Results.
he torments Steve, and Steve will like tell him to get down off of something if he jumps up on something, and everyone will just look at him like whatever, and all I have to do is look at him or go like that, and he'll jump down. It's funny.
Well, I think we're looking at Saturday night, because I only work 3 to 8 Saturday. Oh, that's so awesome. Well,
Yeah,
Saturday night's kind of wide open. I mean, at this point, we covered first contacts and history,
Mm-hmm.
and then where we were, and then the fork in the road, and the rainbow prophecy, and then the matriarchy, the shift to matriarchy, and now the purification.
And then it's renewal.
And then renewal. That's the final thing, the renewal is where we're gonna be just a few years from now. So, I'd like to think that probably the most upbeat and happiest episode we ever do is going to be the renewal episode, because that's talking about what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. described as the promised land.
Now, is that going to cover like how we're going to get to that renewal too? Is that covered from like where we are right now to that?
We get to the renewal is through renewal comes after the purification process.
Mm-hmm.
And so the purification process, I was talking about how it's a personal thing, and there's an order to the, there's a method to the madness, there's colors, there's directions, there's different things assigned. That's what we were going over earlier tonight in this iteration. But
mm-hmm.
The purification leading to the renewal of all human life and society on planet Earth. Yeah, that's the icky part right there. That's the ugly part, because they've got their Eco Health Alliance and Peter Daszak and Richard Bright, Francis Collins, Anthony Fauci. They got all their evil plans cooked up, and their plans for the rest of us think they have Earth in a chokehold and all of humanity in a chokehold. But rest assured, it doesn't work out that way in the end, folks.
I think that we might need to touch on a little bit more purification too next time we come around. This seems to be a heavy, like a lot of layers, because we only got to east, north, and south on those directionals. We didn't get to the west as much, even though we touched on
the west is about death and the door to the when you open up the door to the outside, to the spirit world.
So that kind of comes at the renewal.
Well, the thing of it is, purification stops the disharmony.
Okay.
Renewal is to restart harmony itself. Because right now we're in total chaos. Patriarchy instead of matriarchy.
Yeah.
Money over man. Instead of fathers belonging, instead of husbands belonging to their wives and parents belonging to their children, again, everything is still disharmonious and ass backwards, and men who do not bring life into this world own the women that do, and own all the children and the slaves and the dogs and the cows and the sheep and the cattle and the cats and the pigs and chickens. They all get to have his last name. Sorry, Kunta Kinte, your name is now Toby Waller.
Why do we need all these boring names?
Yes. I wrote a song, an improv song called Freedom of the Press that I dedicated to Julian Assange many years ago. And my heart is with him.
Yeah, that we don't own this earth. The earth
Those evil
owns
bastards
us.
dragged him off to the medical room at Belmarsh and gave him the fucking clot shot, and within 2 weeks he suffered a stroke. Those evil motherfuckers.
And it happened in October, and we're
Yeah.
just finding out about it now.
And it just makes me sick to
Really,
my stomach what's being done to Julian. But I mean, you know, there is no rule of law when you're ruled by lawless tyrants. And the greatest crime to commit in an empire of lies and an age of liars as rulers is to expose their crimes. There is no greater crime than to expose their war crimes. But I mean, fortunately, we win in the end. No matter how hard they try, no matter how fast they rush this, no matter how hard they try, they lose. And they'll get more desperate as they realize it. You know, first they'll ignore us. After they've ignored us, then they'll ridicule us, make fun of us. And then they'll target us and attack us. And then they lose and we win.
did you see what Choosy wrote?
Let's see. Sounds like yes. Yes, Carnation Revolution is purification.
Can we cover that, because Choosy knows a lot about it, and I want to learn more, but I want to learn more like in a proper way. You know what I mean? Like, and I want others to know what it is, because I think that a lot of people are, lost on what it kind of is. And the way that people digest their information is through, like, podcasts like this. So I think that if we could, do something on that itself, it would be really awesome.
Yeah, definitely want to explore that further. So without further ado, we're going to pick it up on Saturday night. I'm going to wish y'all love and blessings as always. No one else told you today I love you, because I do, but you already knew that.
Yes, I love you all too. You beautiful humans. I am so grateful for this, and I'm so grateful for you and Yona, and my persistence to make Yona come on. I was telling Yona for a long time, like, oh my gosh, you are hilarious. We need to have conversations. I'm gonna start a podcast, and because I want you to come on it. Like, you have you have things to share.
Remember, the power is you. And so, for those that want to do more and send more, just send me your love and take all of that and realize it's all inside of you. Everything I have, all the knowledge, all the lessons, what's been taught to me, I freely give it to the world and put it out there. I mean, I'm not looking to make a dollar from it. Like I said, sadly, there's nowhere to send me money. I don't want your money. And I don't fault those that need to. Don't get me wrong. I'm just telling you from my angle, I'm just doing this strictly on a love basis. And who knows, I might be hard up one day and figure out how to make a Patreon. But in the meantime, to me, it's all about realizing that this power is inside of you, that this spirit is inside of you, that you yourself are the priest, you yourself are the priestess, you yourself are the medical doctor. You ultimately will learn to self-prescribe yourself the medicine. And, for those that smoke weed, you're probably already participating in that self-prescription ritual and preparing and mixing of your own
And be gentle
medicine.
with yourself. Be gentle with yourself. Like, think about the advice that you would give, you know, one of your friends. You know, if you're going through something tough, not only do you have this place here to come and please, you know, come here. And if you have something on your mind, you need to talk about something. That's what we're here for. Like, it always ties back in no matter what it is. It always just loops right back around because I mean, that's the way it works. But, you know, be gentle with
Don't be
yourself.
afraid of the off grid experience that may become a choice. Either you stay on the grid and you're chipped and in camp, and you never know which day you're going to be sent to the shower line instead of the work line. You never know when your last day of work will be at the camp that you never get to leave, but at least you got to stay on the grid and got to keep your phone. There may becoming a point in time when you're just going to have to go off the grid, and that may seem absolutely frightening to forsake a cell phone and forsake these digital connections. But rest assured, you know, we as a people have lived here on this sacred Turtle Island for thousands of years without cell phone towers,
Mm-hmm.
without computers. And, you know, it's not that we're getting rid of cell phones, it's not that we're getting rid of computers, but you do what you got to do to stay alive. And I've sent this message because don't fear nature.
Oh, she has
Nature's
everything we
got your
need.
back.
Yeah.
Nature has got your back. Work with nature, nature will work with you. Work against nature, and nature will show you who's in charge. So, my strength is in nature. And our love is forever, it transcends time, and it goes through every door.
Mhm.
There is no beginning, there is no end. Love is forever, my friends. Take care.
We love you guys. Thank you for coming to hang out with us tonight. That was another really, really awesome show with Yona. I'm so grateful for him coming on and, you know, expressing expressing how he feels and you know the culture and you know the ebb and flow of the earth and the way it circles all back around. It's really an amazing thing, just like all of you. All of you are. Please make sure you guys hit the like button and share it and subscribe if you're new. I know you probably hear that everywhere, but it does help. It is important for us to kind of like pick up on that algorithm. And I don't remember what I was just going to say. I hope you all namaste, sleep well, and I will see you all soon.